thinking, but I don't have an answer. How come I'm still thinking? Let's pretend to fall asleep now. When we get old, will we regret this? Too young to think about all that shit. And stalling only goes so far when you've got a head start. 'Cause we could stay at home and watch the sunset, but I get up from asking, are you bored yet? And if you're feeling lonely, you should tell me before this ends up as another memory. Will you tell the truth so I don't have to lie? Will you tell the truth so I don't have to lie?
Feels like I've known you my whole life. I can see right through your lies. I don't know where we're going, but I like to be by your side. If you could tell me how you're feeling, maybe we get through this undefeated. Holding on for so long.
We could stay at home and watch the sunset, but I get up from asking, are you bored yet? And if you're feeling lonely, you should tell me before this ends up as another memory. Will you tell the truth so I don't have to lie? Will you tell the truth so I don't have to lie? I can feel myself start catching on fire. You knew, yeah, you kept it to yourself, to yourself. 2 moons, I get lost on my way, searching for liars. This ain't good for my health. No, this ain't good for my health. Sorry, please excuse me for my mess. My heart's been pouring through my chest. I fell through corridors of broken floors. I'm sorry that I left. Fell asleep in my new bed. I can't feel happy in my head. I see 2 moons and nothing more. I close my door, I'm left with less. I don't feel serene. No, I don't feel too clean. And I don't want to be the one to make you cry. I'll play inside, I'll start a fire. I'll tell your friends that I lost my mind. It'll take a while, but I'll start to smile. Broken windows and broken tiles, frozen willows, both for miles. Hope will let go, yeah, that's the style. And you don't know where my soul's headed. I'm forgetting you, so I say sorry, please excuse me for my mess. My heart's been pouring through my chest. I fell through corridors of broken floors. I'm sorry that I left. Fell asleep in my new bed. I can't feel happy in my head. I see 2 moons and nothing more. I close my door, I'm left with less. try to finish it early, pearly, whites get blurry. Surely I'll go bite the dirty dust. Cuts deeper as my head goes nuts. I'll be a believer if I ever see trust. I must be disgusting rust. Gotta hate myself, I just wanna unplug. Yeah, fuck no, I'll go where I want to, but I'm stuck in my bedroom. I'm telling lies to keep myself from hurting those around you. Yeah, after all these years I found you. I found you again. Sorry, please excuse me for my mess. My heart's been pouring through my chest. I fell through corridors of broken floors. I'm sorry that I left. Fell asleep in my new bed. I can't feel happy in my head. I see two moons and nothing more. I close my door, I'm left with less.
Oh, who is she? A misty memory, a haunting face. Is she a lost embrace? Am I in love with just a thief?
it's difficult to love, and you said that I make your head spin. Well, I guess I'm different. I'm gonna fuck up your picnic. I'm gonna ruin your day. You treat me just like an insect, crawling on your legs. I'm gonna infest your brain. Maggot belly, yeah. Your bugs are eating me. Maggot belly, yeah. I thought you wanted love like this, and you said you wanted all of it. Your bugs are eating me. Maggot belly, yeah. I'll bite my way till I get in, till I break skin. Lord, please forgive me, for I have sinned. I didn't think it'd be that bad. I saw the signs right in front of me and didn't turn back. Didn't leave him. I'm gonna fuck up your picnic. I'm gonna ruin your day. You treat me just like an insect, crawling on your legs. I'm gonna infest your brain. Maggot belly, yeah. Your bugs are eating me. Maggot belly, yeah. I thought you wanted love like this, and you said you wanted all of it. Your bugs are eating me. Maggot belly, yeah.
Hello? I think he just shot himself.
Tell me what you think. Is it cold outside?
When I learned to listen, it broke my heart, but now it's your turn. It's your turn. Call me fighter, I'll you. Call me lover, I'll take you for a drink or two. Let's get older, it feels good. When I try to look sly, then you push all my curtains to the side, to this side. Call me fighter, call me lover, you'll get older.
Rule number one is that you gotta have fun. But baby, when you're done, you gotta be the first to run. Rule number two, just don't get attached to somebody you could lose. So let me tell you, this is how to be a heartbreaker. Boys, they like a little danger. We'll get him falling for a stranger, a player singing I love you. How to be a heartbreaker. Boys, they like the look of danger. We'll get him falling for a stranger, a player singing I love you. At least I think I do. Rule number three, wear your heart on your cheek, but never on your sleeve, unless you wanna taste defeat.
from here to Soho. Loves to tell me things I don't know. Beautiful and smart and no good for me at all. All your boyfriends go to film school. Nathan was in plays in high school. Me, I'm gonna play the imbecile who keeps choosing you even though your body is selfish and hates you. Everyone is better than me. I think everyone is better than me. Everyone is better Look what you've done, now I'm a mess. Today I even thought I'd wear a dress. It's beautiful, so smart, and no good for me at all. Yeah, everyone is better than me. I think the way I hands out, if you agree with me, now everyone is better than me. I think everyone is better
Alright, I'm done.
I love what I can see. What's expected of you? What's expected of me? Now it's 2:45. Let it all get away. Oh, what the hell can I do to fill the pages? Strangers, kiss the girl, take it in, feel the ages. Time to, but it's all so good. Let up, get away, get away. need. Clothes on my back, wind on my teeth. What I control is fear. Just want what to burn. Oh, what the hell could I do? Fill the pages, strangers. Kiss the girl, take it in. Fill the pages, right through. But I fall so good. Oh my God, can't wait. Can't wait. Can't wait. Can't wait. Can't wait.
sneakers. You can't win me, I can't be beat. I won't hurt you unless you cheat. You can't see me behind the screen. I'm half human and half machine.
Not a sweet boy, you're an eaten mess. Go home, putting you couldn't care less for the people you're hurting. There's no excuse, no matter who can see you, who you want to seduce. Not a sweet boy, you're an eaten mess. Go home, putting you couldn't care less for the people you're hurting. There's no excuse, no matter who can see you, who you want to seduce. Get out of the road. You don't deserve that shit. Take a seat elsewhere. You don't deserve that shit. You've ruined the color blue for me. I'm surrounded by a deep dark sea. You've lied to us and honestly, you've ruined the color blue for me. You've ruined the color blue for me. I'm surrounded by a deep dark sea. You've lied to us and honestly, you've ruined the color blue for me. You've ruined the color blue for me. I'm surrounded by a deep dark sea. You've lied to us and honestly, you've ruined the color blue for me. You've ruined the color blue for me. I'm surrounded by a deep dark sea. You've lied to us and honestly, you've ruined the color blue for me.
Where your nightmares are.
You know I couldn't hurt a fly, my friend. I'm not the type to step on ants. I've nearly cried for moths that die at porchlight lamps, more for the plights of mice than men. See, I myself have been stepped on so many times, it started to feel like my place. I've failed to fit into those nests that scrape the sky. Is there room for me in your cage? Animals are people too, but these people are animals. Hunt in packs and act as though that proves we can't survive alone. And I guess we just evolved disgust for prevention of infection, though shame was an invention made for prisons, pails, and pest control. Yeah, sure, thumbs are great and all, but I just get bare necessities. Hakuna Matatas and say la vis. Que seras, what a crock. I mean, big talk for a chimpanzee. You might seem behind bars, but friend, this cage is inside out. It's awful out here, Socrates. I've never understood what humans do and want. It's quite confusing to me to try to connect. Never learned how I should feel. Instinct somehow stunted. Just seem haunted by my stupid urge to pretend. Until frustration makes me wish my teeth were sharp as yours. Chew through their garage doors. These carnivores will no more use my heart. They'll call me crazy, but their words all seem made up to me. Maybe they just need more friendship like yours. So gather round Pandora's Skinner's box. Look through the one-way mirror. If you can see in shades of gray, the colors are much clearer. Oh, my friend, you've got a friend in me. Let's go and make more enemies. Although my eyes face forward, climb up on my shoulder. Sure, you'll see my point of view. I'd bring you with me to my office in my pocket, but the world would put us down. Lock me up and toss the key. You might seem behind bars, but friend, this cage is inside out. It's dangerous out here, Socrates. It's lonely out here, Socrates.
material world.
In a material world. Living 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 in a material world.
Toss your dirty shoes in my washing machine hot. Baby, bang it up inside. I'm not wearing my usual lipstick. I thought maybe we would kiss tonight. Baby, will you kiss me already and toss your dirty shoes in my washing machine hot. Baby, bang it up inside. Baby, though I close my eyes, I know who you pretend I am. I know who you pretend I am. Only T-Y, not me. Why not Hey, come on, you lazy wake up. Hey, come on, take your drums. Hey, come on, you lazy wake up. Hey, come on, play a nurse. Hey, come on, you lazy wake up. Hey, come on, take your drums. Hey, come on, you lazy wake up. Hey, come on, play a nurse. Hey, come on, wake up. Hey, come on, your drums. Hey, come on, wake up. Hey, come on, oh nurse, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Hey, 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 wake up, lazy fucking shit.
Fucking beyond.
The pastor says I'm good, but Jesus Christ, I'm never good. I'll nail my hands up to the wall. I'll nail my hands up to the wall. And yeah, the pastor says I'm good, but Jesus Christ, I'm never good. I'll nail my hands up to the wall. I'll nail my hands up to the wall. And yeah, the doctors were nice enough. They just said I'm fucked, just like my mom is fucked. I bet your dad's fucked up. And in the black light, I could tell a sick joke. Maybe in the black light, I could tell a sick joke. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Alcoholics don't get far unless they drink and drive. Let's go for a ride. And I hope I crash and die tonight. I hope I crash and die tonight. Saying I do not like you, I do not mind him much. You were just my first. Now I've had, I'm cool to the touch. Leap to my death, I'll die for my friends. I'll lie to the end. I'm cool to the touch. Leap to my death, I'll die for you all. I'll die for my friends. It goes like this. Well, I ain't sorry. With broken wrists, I climb from these walls. My skin crawls. My skin crawls. My
Don't make me get violent. I want my ring back, baby, that's a diamond. You don't listen anyways, I'll be quiet. I don't really feel like fighting. Don't make me get violent. I want my ring back, baby, that's a diamond. You don't listen anyways, I'll be quiet. I don't really feel like fighting. Don't make me run away out the back door. I want my clothes back. You say you miss me, so then I drive back to you. I drive back to you. Petals off of flowers. Did you ever really love me? Now my nose is filled with powder, and I think that she's still lovely. Oh no, she knows I'm a rat. I gave you all my trust and I told you just don't break it. I promised that I'll clean up and maybe we can make it, but no, I think we're both a mess. Don't make me run away out the back door. I want my clothes back. You say you miss me, so then I drive back to you. I drive back to you. Don't make me get violent. I want my ring back, baby, that's a diamond. You don't listen anyways, I'll be quiet. I don't really feel like fighting. Don't make me get violent. I want my ring back, baby, that's a diamond. You don't listen anyways, I'll be quiet. I don't really feel like fighting.
Your mama's crying. Your mama's took away my friend, my buddy. What's the kindest way to say you took away my friend? What's the kindest way to say you took away my friend, my buddy? What's the kindest way to say the end?
From here to Soho, loves to tell me things I don't know. Beautiful and smart and no good for me at all. What you've done, now I'm a mess. Today I even thought I'd wear a dress. It's beautiful, so smart, and no good for me at all.
So in love with you. They see me night and daytime, having such a gay time. They don't know what I go through. I'm laughing on the outside, crying on the inside, 'cause I'm still in love with you. No one knows, it's just a pose, pretending I'm glad we're apart. But when I cry, my eyes are dry. The tears are in my heart. Oh, my darling, can't we make up? Ever since our breakup, make believe is all I do. Laughing on the outside,
trying to be funny and stuck in a room. There isn't much more to say about it. Can one be funny when stuck in a room? Being in, trying to get something out of it. Try making faces. Try telling jokes, making little sounds. Oh, I was a kid who was stuck in his room. There isn't much more to say about it when you're a kid and you're stuck in your room. You'll do any old shit to get out of it. Try making faces. Try telling jokes, making little sounds. Well, well, look who's inside again. Went out to look for a reason to hide again. Well, well, buddy, you found it. Now come out with your hands up. We've got you surrounded.
Poor George, can't help you, was born a king. Poor George, she said she wanted everything. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Look what she made me do. Poor George is going blind to what you lose. Takes a drag through the hole in his neck. He's a Marlboro man. Daddy said we could ride forever. What's the backup plan? Poor George, they turn the light on and it's burning up the sky. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries. Watch me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster till it stops living. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I.
sword. He will tear your city down. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. He will tear your city down. Olay, olay, O Lord. There will come a poet whose weapon is his word. He will slay you with his tongue. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. He will slay you with his tongue. Olay, olay, O There will come a ruler whose brow is being born. Spirit of the Lord, our David's boy. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. Spirit of the Lord, our David's boy. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. He will tear your city down. Olay, olay.
What kind of milk were you? What kind of life did you live through? Did you know love? Will you rest in peace? Did you ever believe? How was the view from the shelf? Did you ever believe in yourself? What kind of milk were you? What kind of life did you live through? Did you like to reach with calcium? Did they laugh at you? Or did you laugh with them? Very beloved, your days are gone, the grocery list goes on. Baby hotline, please hold me close to you. Baby flatline, still time to do it too. Baby snack time, chow down to her butt in her head. She's a hoarder of quarters, no boundary boredom, dumb boundary important. I can tell that your drinking eyes never open. I and say somebody will die, and I hate hoping, wishing that the pills let you cry, and I hate hoping someday I will go back outside and see her okay. Baby hotline, please dial 9 to get out. No flatline, what were you scared about? Baby sat by and felt the wind, and yes, I call her a hoarder of quarters. No boundary boredom, dumb boundary important. I can tell that your drinking eyes never open. I and say somebody will die, and I hate hoping, wishing that the pills let you cry, and I hate hoping someday I will go back outside and see her okay.
If I could begin to be
half of what you think of me. I could do about anything. I could even learn how to love. When I see the way you act, wondering when I'm coming back, I could do about anything. I could even learn how to love like you. I could begin to do something that does right by you, I would do about anything. I would even learn how to love. When I see the way you look, shaken by how long it took, I could do about anything. I could even learn how to love like you. Love like you. Love me like you.
I'm a fish inside a bird cage. My brother always sings me songs. With his beak he tries to soothe me. He makes me feel that I belong. He has a wild imagination and tells me things that must be true. Like there's a world where I can take flight, where I can freely move. So carry me from these walls, brother of mine. Show me the world outside. It has to be true. I'm counting on you to be my wings and my eyes. As I breathe into our silence, there's a voice that comforts me. It's a voice of understanding. It's the voice of empathy. Wings of feathers, tails and fingertips. I feel each rock so differently. You gave me more than I could ask for. Indistinguishability. So carry me from these walls, brother of mine. Show me the world outside. It has to be true. I'm counting on you to be my wings and my eyes.
news makes the heart grow fonder. No, I don't care what mama says. You wind me up or you wind up dead. I don't care what mama says. I don't believe whatever this says until you burn all the witches. I won't believe whatever this says when I if I were you, then I'd stop talking. 'Cause soon you'll be a dead man walking. I don't care what mama says. You wind me up or you wind up dead. I don't care what mama says. I don't believe whatever this says until you burn all the witches. I won't believe whatever this says when I I hear voices, I see visions. These spirits are your prison. I hear voices, I see visions. These spirits are your prison.
I don't need to tell you what you already know. You're the one with style. You're the whole darn show. The other guys play their instruments fine, but next to you, their looks are a crime.
Well, they say true beauty, it comes from within, but you have to be comfortable in your own skin. So I exfoliate with this exotic cream. Just look at me. I look like a dream.
You gotta admit, he does look good.
You're the one, yes, you're the star. We need you back on bass guitar. You're fabulous.
I'm fabulous.
You're fabulous.
I'm fabulous.
You're the one we all can see. It's all about you.
It's all about me.
You're fabulous.
I'm fabulous.
You're fabulous.
I'm fabulous. You know, no two people are like each other, so don't be a lookalike copying another, unless, of course, you're copying me, because that gives you individuality.
Nice dude, but back to the matter at hand. So what do you say? Are you back in the band?
Well, maybe if I can find my old leather.
Dude, we're getting the band back together.
You're the one who sets the bar. The hairdo king, the fashions are. You're fabulous.
I'm fabulous.
You're fabulous.
Oh, I'm fabulous.
You're the one we all can see. It's all about you.
It's all about me.
You're fabulous.
I'm fabulous.
You're fabulous.
I'm fabulous.
I just got fired trying to work for assholes. If it lasted a little bit longer, I would have quit. But it's 3 weeks till Christmas and I wanna buy my girlfriend a gift. Oh well, it's for the better. I can tell. I guess I don't respond well to middle management. Most of them are spineless little bastards with the grudge against anyone like me who won't put up with an attitude. tell me what to do. I'm tired of working for assholes. 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 I could understand a little better if you're up in Trump Tower, but you're turning into monsters for $10 an hour. You're cowards. Like monkeys with whips, I make a buck less than you when you want me to do backflips. Nah, you're mistaken. Gotta bring home the bacon, but it's not worth the shit that I'm taking. The smiles you're faking. I'm sure I have my price, but it's more than $9.75. Oh, got tired. Every day was the same. All up until I got fired. I could save up some money, but I'm way too impatient. I know that a weekend away's within my reach. Cause Yankee's got a buddy you can put me in a room on the beach. No fee, just food and gasoline, gasoline, gasoline. Just gotta hop a couple hurdles that could make it hard. A slump check, insure and register my car. I know I'll just put it on a credit card. Get a job, make minimum payments till the tour start. I'm tired of working for assholes. 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 Freedom at last. I got a pack of cigarettes, a 12-pack of pens, and I'm set with the materials I need to forget. I told my girlfriend the news and she isn't even upset. She's the best, bless her little soul. When she gets home, dinner's ready and I'll pack her a bowl. I'll pack my lady a bowl.
Down on your knees before the Queen. Whoa. Down on your knees before the Queen.
Sarah Berry was a popular bitch. Hot boy, your captain, plus she was rich.
Oh yeah.
That girl had everything till hiccup and hitch. Julie Jenkins lost a leg in a wreck. The nominations for prom royalty came. Our Sarah senior year and Queen was her claim. Till gossip stirred the student body would name Julie Jenkins Queen of the prom. Sarah, her father said, life is a prom. I know you won't future for a princess at prom. You taste the silver, Sarah, you taste the crown, you thirst for blood from the roses in hair. Whoa, you spoil for sash and scepter, music to dance as we crown you queen of high school land. Whoa, down on your knees before the queen. Whoa, down on your knees before the queen. Some girls are rational, but Sarah was not. She stared in mirrors thinking one single thought. There's 7 reasons this crown's not good as God. And so the night of prom, mercy, thus went her thought.
P is for Patricia drinking poison punch.
R is for Raquel dashed on a rock.
Crunch. O is what Anne said when Sarah bludgeoned her brains.
And M is Mariana's marinated remains.
But Q is for Kiara, quiet, drowned in the cool.
And U is for Eunice's pieces spread round the school. But E's are for the easy way in 5 minutes tops.
A one-legged girl can bring an end for end by calling the cops. You got your silver, Sarah, you got your crown, you got their blood on the roses in hand. Whoa, you don the sash and scepter, doing a dance as you crowned you queen of high school land. God save the queen. Down on your knees before the queen. God save the queen. The queen of high school. Down on your knees before the queen of high school. They're off to receive summer, they took your crown. They're off to blood from his finger and hand. Whoa, into an ice cream jacket, small pad himself, screaming, I'm the queen of high school land. At least in your head, you're queen of high school land. Oh, feeling the dead, you're queen of high school land. Check Sarah, choose Sarah, vote for Sarah Berry. Check Sarah, choose Sarah, vote for Sarah Berry.
Misery fell on the town when they lost all their looks. Spent all those years with their jobs and their scholarly books. With no one to share all their thoughts and their worldly to-be's. Oh no, they got down and prayed a little more for a life that was free. Wanting a change, they assessed how reform comes around. A wise man suggested they work in their smiles, not their frowns. And all of a sudden it sounds like the town was to be, oh yes, a happier place where they live out their personal dreams. Why, oh, why this town without love, too much faith in above? Can you feel the force that it brings? Not to worry about things, just the stars in the sky, all enjoying their time with a hope for peace. First thing they do is to substitute pleasure for pain, helping themselves figure out there's so much they can gain. The bad guys surrender their chemistry books at the fair. Oh well, then frolic and take in the love that persists everywhere. Why, oh, why this town without love, too much faith in above? Can you feel
She's the only one I got. And not much of a girlfriend. I never seem to get a lot.
It's been some time since we last spoke, and this is gonna sound like a bad joke. But mama, I fell in love again. It's safe to say I have a new girlfriend. And I know it sounds so old, but Cupid got me in a chokehold. And I'm afraid I might give in. Towels on the mat, my white flag is waving. I mean, she even cooks me pancakes and Alka-Seltzer when my tummy aches. If that ain't love, then I don't know what love is. We even got a secret handshake, and she loves the music that my band makes. I know I'm young, but if I had to choose her or the sun, I'd be one nocturnal son of a gun.
Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. And not much of a girlfriend. I never seem to get a lot. Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. And not much of a girlfriend. I never seem to get a lot.
It's been a while since we talked last, and I'm trying hard not to talk fast. But Dad, I'm finally thinking I may have found the one type of girl that'll make you way proud of your son. And I know you heard the last song about the girls that didn't last long, but I promise this is on a whole new plane. I can tell by the way she says my name. I love it when she calls my phone. She even got a very own ringtone. If that ain't love, then I don't know what love is. It's gonna be a long drive home, but I know as soon as I arrive home and I open the door, take off my coat and throw my bag on the floor, she'll be back into my arms once more, for sure. Like,
Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. And not much of a girlfriend. I never seem to get a lot.
she's got a smile that'll make the most senile annoying old man bite his tongue. I'm not done. She's got eyes comparable to sunrise, and it doesn't stop there. Man, I swear. She's got porcelain skin, of course she's a 10, and now she's even got her own song. Moving on. She's got the cutest laugh I ever heard, and we can be on the phone for 3 hours. Not saying one word. And I would still cherish every moment. And when I start to build my future, she's the main component. Call it dumb, call it luck, call it love, or whatever you call it. But everywhere I go, I keep a picture in my wallet like you.
Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. And not much of a girlfriend. I never seem to get a lot. Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. And not much of a girlfriend. I never seem to get a lot.
Seems like I can't
overflowing with these thoughts that if I return the favor you might understand. But I know you could never carry the burden you left with me and I can't give it back. So why even try? I'm reeling from all of the pain. I feel it making me insane. And I'm not for your fault, but I begin to ever to cross that line with the depth of my body. It's on my wine and the weight of your crimes laying on your mind. It's an act for an act, we all go like that. I'm in the leg, my friend, as you'd accept. I never give as much as I get. This path of heart attacks is pretty with folks who only give their enemies what they had coming. And I know it's worth it. I'm reeling from all of the pain. I feel it making me insane. And every night we all go blind and begin to get wood to cross that line with the death of blood in your tongue like wine and the weight of your crimes laying on your mind. Is it for a lie? Is it in your back? Is it all I need? Is it all I have? Will it bring me the peace that I need? So desperately will it be? It's an eye for an eye and we all go blind again.
Did you just what? Is what you yes? Did you whatever you I guess? The stalking horse was hides the guy, and which the pony is a phony was a lie. You say stuff is way too good. catastrophe, feeling good, as it's the drag that has you are, is in the bag that you drag behind your car. Did you just what is what you yes? Did you whatever you I guess? The stalking horse was always the guy, and which the pony is a phony was a lie. You said what you stuff said. Is way, stuff is way too good. So way to go away. So go away. Who had you was? Ah yes you would. It was catastrophe, feeling good, as it's the drag that has you are, is in the bag that you drag behind your car.
your name past my lips like a slur, and I think I'm in love with the idea of her. Light in the morning aurora. What time is it in California? Throwing up brains through my mouth, yeah, I'm thinking out loud things we won't talk about. Remember the time that we snuck in her house. They don't want me around, but I can't get your name past my lips like a slur, and I think I'm in love with the idea of her. Cry like annoying cicada. What time is it in California? pass my lips like a slur, and I think I'm in love with the idea of her. Lie in the morning aurora. What time is it in California? Can't get your name past my lips like a slur, and I think I'm in love with the idea of her. Cry like an annoying cicada. What time is it in California?
Stop.
With your feet on the air, your head on the ground. Try this trick and spin it. Yeah. Your head will collapse if there's nothing in it, and you'll ask yourself,
Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Way out in the water, see it swimming.
I was swimming in the Caribbean.
In April of 2001, St. Louis, Missouri authorities had a rising suspicion that a serial killer was on the loose, as mutilated bodies of female sex workers began turning up, one after another. For over a year, authorities continued to discover these scattered remains along St. Louis city streets with little other evidence to provide any leads. However, in May of 2002, St. Louis Post-Dispatch ran a story about one of the mutilated victims, Teresa Wilson, and just days later, the reporter, Bill Smith, received an unusual envelope in the mail. It was adorned with an upside-down American flag stamped into the corner and had a return web address instead of a real address that redirected to a masochistic website. The inside of the envelope contained bizarre graphics of flowers, rakes, and a beehive. And underneath these graphics were 2 sheets of paper. The first sheet of paper had a note typed in red. Dear Bill, nice sob story about Teresa Wilson. Write one about Greenwade. Write a good one, and I'll tell you where many others are. To prove I'm real, here's directions to number 17. Search in a 50-yard radius from the X. Put the story in the Sunday paper like the last. The second sheet contained a map of West Alton, Illinois, that was marked with an X. Bill Smith reported the note to the police, who went to investigate the X-marked spot. Hidden in the weeds in West Alton, Illinois, police found a woman's decomposed corpse. The note ultimately led to the discovery and arrest of Maury Travis, otherwise known as the St. Louis Strangler. Part 1. The Murderer. Maury Travis was born on October 25, 1965 in St. Louis, Missouri. Little is known about his childhood, but from what the police did discover, Travis didn't seem to display any early warning signs that many serial killers typically display in their childhood. There was no evidence of arson or animal abuse, nor was there any evidence that Travis was a victim of abuse from either of his parents. Those that knew Maury Travis in his younger age characterized him as a quiet and respectful boy. One of his old neighbors said that Maury would sometimes voluntarily mow her lawn and described him as a pleasant child with a soft heart that she didn't believe could kill a fly. Additionally, Travis's old English teachers recognized him and disclosed that he was an incredibly quiet and withdrawn teenager. After graduating high school in 1985 at 20 years old, Maury Travis served for 2 years in the Army Reserve, working as a medical and dental assistant. Following his time in the military, Travis worked a variety of jobs with local trucking companies and also volunteered in local nursing homes in his free time. A few years later, Maury attended Morris Brown College in Atlanta, Georgia, where his trouble with the law began. Part 2. Trouble with the law. While in college, Maury Travis's downfall began when he developed a crack addiction. Costing Travis roughly $300 a day, the future serial killer had to find a way to finance his deadly addiction. In 1988, when he was home for spring break, Travis robbed 5 shoe stores in St. Louis over the course of 8 days. Shortly thereafter, he was arrested for stealing shoes, and the detective was surprised of how respectful and quiet Maury was, stating that Travis wasn't your typical type of criminal. During his trial for the shoe robbery, Travis stated that he had used a plastic gun and hadn't intended to hurt anybody, claiming that he was on so much crack that he barely even remembered the robberies. Despite his respectful disposition, Maury Travis was ultimately convicted of all 5 counts of armed robbery and sentenced to 15 years in prison. Maury Travis struggled in prison, and he wrote a letter to the judge just a few years into his sentence, begging for a lighter sentence. The letter described the conditions of the prison, the rapes, cramped quarters, and an abundance of drugs. He wrote, "At any given moment, I think of taking my life. The conditions here are excruciatingly tormenting, to say the least. Staying in my cell and crying myself to sleep most every night will not help. But it's so very hard to believe this has happened to me. This whole situation is horrid. If it weren't for such a caring cellmate, I'd have committed suicide after my first day here at this institution. You, sir, are my last hope. Please give me another chance in society. Please." Alongside his letter, He worked in the janitorial and food areas in an attempt to sway the judge. However, Travis was given 13 minor conduct violations. Ultimately, Maury was granted parole in June 1994 after 5 years and 3 months in prison. After prison, the St. Louis Strangler moved into a duplex in Ferguson, Missouri. Even after his time in prison, the woman who lived in the next unit to Travis's said she never had any problems with him. She pointed at a time when Travis startled her while she was doing laundry in the basement of the building, stating that he was very apologetic. The woman further recounted that Travis started humming when he entered the basement, so he didn't startle her again. Travis's freedom was short-lived, though, as a few years later, he returned to prison for 1 year for violating his parole by possessing drugs. Several years later, he once again returned to prison for violating parole. When he was released, after spending almost a fifth of his life in prison and being given multiple chances to be part of society, the mutilated bodies started turning up across St. Louis. Part 3. The Hunt for the St. Louis Strangler. After the police followed the strange note to the X-marked spot and discovered the decomposed body, they finally had their lead. When the Illinois state authorities tracked down the source of the West Alton map, they discovered it had been downloaded from Expedia.com. As a result, they issued a subpoena to Expedia.com, requesting records of any maps made of West Alton in the days between the newspaper story about the mutilated victim and the day the letter was postmarked. Expedia.com gave detectives the relevant internet service provider, Microsoft. Authorities continued to follow the online trail and issued another subpoena to Microsoft. The company was able to pull up the IP address of every user who had searched the West Alton map in recent days. There was only one. FBI agent Melanie Jimenez stated that the user had zoomed in on the map of the West Alton, Missouri area approximately 10 times in a chronological order to end with an exact match of the map sent to the Post Dispatch. However, the company could not provide the name of the user, so authorities had to translate the IP number to find the user's identity. In order to do so, the FBI used a company called WorldCom Inc. that provides local telephone numbers to connect internet services to their dial-up customers. They had to determine who used the relevant IP address at the time in question. The following day, WorldCom's internet division provided the username of the person in question. With the name of the user uncovered, the FBI returned to Microsoft, which disclosed that the customer was Maury Troy Travis, a man with a history of drug abuse who had spent much of his life in and out of prison. Authorities promptly discovered the address of their suspect and applied for a search warrant. On June 7, 2002, the FBI searched the home of Maury Travis and found some nauseatingly disturbing surprises.
Priceline presents Go to Your Happy Price. What's up? It's Kaylee Cuoco. When it comes to travel, we all have a happy place. You can see yourself already there. It's beautiful. It might be sunny and sandy for some, neon and urban for others, deserts or rainforests or hiking trails. With Priceline, you can get to your happy place for a happy price with deals you really can't find anywhere else. Like up to 60% off select hotels to Costa Rica or 5-star hotels for 2-star prices in Cabo. Go to Priceline.com and travel to your happy place for a happy price. All right, see ya. I'm off to Miami. No, actually, wow, look at that. No, I'm going to Hawaii now. Ooh, Cancun looks nice. You know what? Belize looks pretty nice this time of year. Or, Palm Springs.
Go to your happy place for a happy price. Go to your happy price, Priceline.
Part 4. The Arrest. Early in the morning of June 7th, Detective Sergeant Tim Sachs from the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department joined FBI agents to Maury Travis's home to carry out the search warrant and speak with the suspect of the string of murders. Travis answered the door and had a woman in the house with him. Detective Sachs reported that the suspect was not in a good mood. He was mad. He was in a pair of boxer shorts. The first thing out of his mouth was, "It's 7 o'clock in the morning." Detective Sachs replied, "You're right. It is 7 o'clock in the morning. and we're serving a federal search warrant." Travis asked why the authorities were at his house, and when the detective said, "You know why we're here," the St. Louis Strangler hung his head in response and agreed. "Yeah, I know why you're here." Investigators walked into the home to begin searching. While the police searched the home, the FBI agents and other investigators questioned Travis in his living room for 2 hours. Travis told them that his mother owned the home and was letting him live there, but he refused to admit or deny anything. He was primarily interested in how the investigators and authorities had discovered his identity. Allegedly, the St. Louis Strangler became infuriated when he learned that the map he included in the letter he sent to the reporter, Bill Smith, had led to his discovery. After they questioned him in his home, the police took him downtown for further questioning. Meanwhile, the police searched the home. The main floor was allegedly tidy and well kept. They asked the woman if she'd been in the basement. She told them she hadn't. They made their way downstairs and uncovered a gruesome torture chamber. Bloodstains were splattered across the walls and ceiling. It was stained onto all of the carpet and furniture. Trophies from his victims like women's shoes, underwear, and wigs were scattered across the chamber, as well as a stun gun. Inside of the file cabinet, police discovered a knapsack filled with his torture weapons. It contained items like duct tape, belts, rope, and gloves, all smeared with blood. Investigators also found a crude diagram of plans for a basement extension. St. Louis Police Captain Harry Heger disclosed that Travis was going to build 2 cells in there, where he could chain the women. He was planning to install air vents out of the basement, and since there would be no bathroom facilities, he made a list of things that he needed, and one was adult diapers so he could keep these women captive for some time. In addition to searching the premises of the home, computer forensics experts showed up to search through Maury Travis's computer and found drafts of the anonymous letter that the reporter received. Along with the letter drafts, investigators found several videotapes in the basement. Hey guys, I'd like to take a minute to thank HelloFresh for sponsoring the podcast. For those of you not familiar, HelloFresh offers delicious farm-fresh meals delivered right to your door. Now you can skip those inconvenient trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. HelloFresh now offers 40 weekly recipes to choose from, so you can say goodbye to your recipe rut and treat yourself and your family to exciting new flavors every week. My personal favorite is the barbecue pineapple and chicken flatbreads because it's fresh and delicious, made from quality farm-grown ingredients. Now go try it for yourself. Go to HelloFresh.com/CrimeHub65 and use code CrimeHub65 for 65% off plus free shipping. There's a reason why HelloFresh is America's #1 meal kit. That's HelloFresh.com/CrimeHub65 and use promo code CrimeHub65 for 65% off plus free shipping. Part 5. The videotapes. Police took the tapes to review as evidence. One of the tapes was labeled Your Wedding Day. The first hour and a half of the video was a recording from a wedding ceremony. This proved to be a cover for the content in the rest of the film, which was a series of video recordings of Travis with various women in the basement. In each recording, Travis would torture, abuse, and rape each woman. Frequently, the Strangler would force his victims to partake in absurd routines in which the women would dance in white cloth or sunglasses with blackened lenses, so they couldn't see. During these routines, the women often were not yet aware that they were in danger until Travis would restrain them, cover their eyes with duct tape, drag them down to the torture chamber, chain them to a beam in his basement, and imprison them for days at a time. One of the recordings of the film showed the St. Louis Strangler with a woman named Cassandra Walker. Her hands and legs were restrained behind her, and she was chained to a wooden support beam in the basement. The recording shows Travis approach the defenseless woman.
It contains depictions of graphic violence. Viewer discretion is advised. Samuel Little died on December 30th, 2020, at the age of 80 years old in California. There wasn't a specific cause of death attributed to Samuel, but he was very old. Warning: This video contains depictions of graphic violence. Viewer discretion is advised. Samuel Little died on December 30th, 2020, at the age of 80 years old in California. There wasn't a specific cause of death attributed to Samuel, but he was very old, suffering from diabetes and heart problems. What's significant about Samuel Little, however, was not how long he lived, but how many lives he took away over the course of his own. Samuel Little is believed to have murdered 93+ women over the span of several decades. The FBI has linked him to over 60 murders and has confirmed his involvement in at least 50. This means Samuel killed more people than Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer combined. It also means that Samuel Little is the worst serial killer in U.S. history. Not much is known about Samuel Little's early life. He was born in Reynolds, Georgia on June 7, 1940. He claimed that his mother was a prostitute, and authorities believe she may have given birth to him while she was in jail. At an early age, his family moved to Lorain, Ohio, where his grandmother began raising him. Samuel attended Hawthorne Junior High School, where he had disciplinary problems and trouble with authority. In February of 1954, Samuel was committed to the Boys Industrial School near Columbus, Ohio, for stealing a bike. This reformatory school couldn't reform Samuel, however, because he left a year and a half later with 47 disciplinary infractions. In 1956, at the age of 16, he committed his first real crime of many. In Omaha, Nebraska, Samuel was charged for breaking and entering and burglary. After his conviction, he was held in an institution for juvenile offenders. In 1961, Samuel Little broke into a Lorain furniture store and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. 1966 is the year Samuel Little shows violence against a woman for the first time. At least, on the record, because there's a high possibility Samuel was assaulting women way before this. He was arrested in Cleveland, Ohio, for assault and battery after he beat a woman. In Samuel's late 20s, he moved to Florida to live with his mother. He began working numerous jobs, including at a cemetery and, by his own account, as an ambulance attendant. This is also where Samuel Little would kill his first victim, 33-year-old Mary Brosley. Samuel picked up Mary from a bar in North Miami Beach on New Year's Eve in 1970. What Mary saw was a charming man with crystal blue eyes. What Samuel saw was a chance to prey on an innocent woman. He and Mary shared a drink at the bar, and Mary confided in him that she had left her family in Massachusetts after they had confronted her about her drinking problem. Mary had been reported missing from there in June of that year. Samuel's ears probably perked up at this. It was a lone woman who had only been in Florida half the year. She had no family in town, and likely very few friends. If Mary were to go missing here, he knew the police would likely reach many dead ends. It was New Year's Eve, and even the witnesses at the bar, seeing Sam leave with Mary, would likely be too drunk to even remember. This was Samuel's perfect opportunity to kill, and he jumped at it. After the new year had finally come, Samuel and Mary left the bar. They drove towards the Everglades on US 27 and stopped in a secluded area. Detectives that covered Mary's case said that Mary climbed into Samuel's lap and began to play with the chain he wore around his neck. That's when he suddenly strangled Mary to death and buried her body in a shallow grave. Mary's body was found 23 days later, and to Samuel's advantage, they were unable to identify her remains. Mary's cause of death was listed as unclassified, but her autopsy report was filed again in 1982 and deemed as a homicide. Mary's body wasn't even identified until 2017, when dental records were used by the medical examiner's office. In 1971, Samuel Little was charged with armed robbery in Cleveland, Ohio. While awaiting his trial, he was charged with sodomy. Shockingly, he was found not guilty of the robbery charge and never even tried for the sodomy charge. 1972 is the year that Samuel met his partner in crime, Aurelia Jean Dorsey. Jean was 30 years older than Sam and remained his girlfriend for 16 years. The two were travel companions and drifted through the South and Midwest together. They supported themselves by shoplifting, burglary, and fencing stolen goods. Jean Dorsey eventually died of a brain hemorrhage in 1988. Having a female companion, though, during that decade didn't stop Samuel from killing other women. He confessed to committing several murders during that time, and most of those victims remain unknown to authorities. When Samuel decided to live a more nomadic lifestyle, the list of run-ins he had with the law grew exponentially. Throughout the span of 1957 to 1975, Samuel Little had been arrested over 26 times across 11 different states. Those states included Ohio, Maryland, Florida, Massachusetts, California, Oregon, Philadelphia, New Jersey, Arizona, Illinois, and Georgia. His crimes included fraud, driving under the influence, armed robbery, drug possession, assault, solicitation of a prostitute, assault on a police officer, theft, and rape. While serving prison time for these convictions, only a total of 10 years, Samuel claimed he picked up boxing. He also claimed he was on his way to pursue a prize-fighting boxing career. But this career would never happen. If there was a title Samuel Little was fighting for, it would be the most prolific serial killer in American history. In September of 1976, Samuel was arrested for an attempted ravish rape just outside of St. Louis, Missouri. The victim told authorities that Sam used an electrical cord to choke her from behind. He forced the victim into his car, beat her unconscious, and drove to a secluded location where he then raped her. This is a trend that continued in Samuel's killings. He would rape, beat, and strangle his victims to death. This victim was only lucky enough to escape with her life. The victim's story could have sent Sam to prison for a long time, stopping the deaths of many more women. However, this act of violence in the eyes of the justice system at the time only called for a measly 3 months in county jail. So how was Samuel Little able to continue his murdering spree for so long? After all, he had been arrested 26 times. There's no way that the police didn't have him on their radar. One could advance enough to link him to the crimes through DNA evidence, and that's true. However, it was more than a lack of evidence that allowed Samuel Little to continue his cold-blooded massacre. It was also the lack of empathy for the people's lives that Samuel destroyed. LAPD homicide detective Mitzi Roberts was one of those individuals who caught Samuel. She was proud of this accomplishment, and because she suspected him to be involved in many more killings, she thought more cases could be solved. She had the impression that police departments would start connecting Samuel to their unsolved cases. However, to her disappointment, that's not what happened. The sad fact of the matter is, Samuel Little preyed on the less dead, as Detective Roberts called it. He knew that if he killed marginalized individuals, specifically black sex workers and drug users, their cases would not be thoroughly investigated. Samuel Little could have just as easily killed any kind of person he got his hands on, but he knew how the justice system worked. He saw its many flaws, and he took advantage of it in the worst ways. There's no denying the fact that Samuel Little's crime spree could have been stopped many times. The most shocking of circumstances happened during the 1980s. In November of 1982, Samuel Little was arrested for shoplifting in Pascagoula, Mississippi. Police then realized he matched the description of the suspect in the murder of Melinda Rose LaPree. He was arrested in Mississippi and charged with the 22-year-old's murder. Witnesses, who were all sex workers at the time, testified that Samuel had been seen with the victim right before her murder. They also testified that Samuel was a violent man who assaulted them with the same methods he assaulted the victim with. When the case was brought to a grand jury, there wasn't enough evidence against Sam, so they declined to indict him. This is just one of the many cases Samuel was able to crawl out of completely unscathed. by the justice system. While Samuel was still under investigation for Melinda Lepre's murder, he was transferred to Florida to stand trial for the murder of another woman. According to one witness, Sam met 26-year-old Patricia Ann Mount, a mentally disabled woman, at a bar the night she disappeared. Her bruised, battered, and naked body was found in a field. Patricia Mount had been beaten, raped, and murdered by Samuel Little, but the jury didn't trust the witness testimonies. The jury only deliberated for less than half an hour, and Samuel was acquitted. In August of 1982, the body of 20-year-old Rosie Hill was discovered next to a pig pen in Marion County, Florida. Rosie had been strangled or suffocated to death. Samuel Little was questioned by investigators at the time, but they didn't have enough evidence to charge him. Samuel eventually confessed to Rosie's murder and dumping her body, but it was decades after he committed the crime. During the interrogation, Samuel told the detective that Rosie was, quote, a big fighter, but I won the fight. Minnie Hill, Rosie's mother, was interviewed on October 10, 2019, in her Memphis, Tennessee home about the murder of her daughter. She told the Associated Press that Samuel Little, quote, was nothing but the devil. Minnie, who was 79 at the time of the interview, has found it in her heart to forgive Samuel Little. She said, quote, I have to, for God to forgive me, because I do wrong, and God forgives me. Rosie Hill grew up in the Memphis area and became pregnant in high school. She moved to Florida to live with her grandparents and gave birth to a baby girl. Later, she moved to Ocala, where she lived the remainder of her life. On August 8, 1982, Rosie called her mother Minnie. She said, quote, Mother, I'm up to something, but I can't get out of it unless I leave from here, so I'll be home on the weekend. This would be frightening for any mother to hear, but tensions grew worse when Rosie didn't show up like she said she would. On August 12th, Rosie was reported missing, and Minnie and her husband went down to Florida. However, no one knew anything, and Minnie reached a dead end just like detectives. Minnie had trouble sleeping after that. She would lunge for the phone every time it rung, hoping to hear the voice of her daughter Rosie. Just 2 years later, Minnie received a phone call, but it wasn't Rosie's voice on the other end. It was the morgue. Minnie had her doubts about identifying her daughter, though, because the body was decomposed to just bones and hair. Minnie knows today that her daughter's life was taken by Samuel Little. She can't help but wonder, however, about Samuel being caught sooner. She said, quote, maybe somebody's life would have been saved. In October of 1984, Samuel Little made his way to San Diego, California, and assaulted 2 women. San Diego police found a woman unconscious and bleeding in Samuel's car. He was arrested and charged for the assault, and the assault that had occurred a month before. Sam was tried for attempted murder in both cases, but the jury deadlocked. A deadlocked jury, or hung jury, is a jury that cannot agree upon a verdict after extended deliberation and are unable to reach the required supermajority decision. Samuel pled guilty to assault and false imprisonment and only served 2.5 years of his 4-year sentence. On February 1st, 1987, Samuel Little was released from prison yet again. He was paroled and moved to Los Angeles, California. Shortly after his release, 41-year-old Carol Alford was found dead in a South LA alleyway on July 13, 1987. From the waist down, she was naked, wearing only a single sock. Drag marks near Carol's body indicated to investigators that she had been murdered somewhere else and then dumped in that location. Carol's official cause of death was asphyxia through manual strangulation, but she suffered through a horrendous beating as well. She had bruises covering her jawline, hemorrhages in and around her eyes, and scratches and abrasions to her neck. The autopsy also revealed hemorrhaging to her voice box and hyoid bone, the U-shaped bone at the base of the tongue, which aids swallowing. Carol Alford's death wasn't linked to Samuel Little until 2012, when her sexual assault kit and clothing were tested for Sam's DNA. The semen found on Carol's shirt and bra was a match for Samuel Little. After Carol Alford's murder, Samuel Little confessed that he would go on to commit 9 more killings in his lifetime. On August 14, 1989, LA police officers responded to a call about a homicide in a parking lot behind a nightclub and restaurant on East 7th Street. Inside a dumpster, they found the body of Audrey Nelson. Audrey was naked from the waist down, and her sweatshirt was pulled up around her shoulders. There was dirt on her back, as well as drag marks on her upper shoulder. Like Carol Alford, Audrey Nelson had been murdered elsewhere and then dumped in a different location. The medical examiner, Dr. Carpenter, concluded that Audrey's cause of death was strangulation by the killer's bare hands. Audrey had significant bruising to her neck, fractures to her thyroid, cartilage, and hyoid bone, and severe hemorrhaging to the throat muscles. Before her death, she suffered blunt force trauma consistent with being punched repeatedly in the head. In addition to these injuries, the hard bone of Audrey's spine had been crushed during a blow to her upper central abdomen. When Dr. Carpenter testified at Samuel Little's trial, he claimed, quote, "These signs of force are the greatest that I have seen in a 27-year practice in a county that has its share of strangulation cases." Samuel Little was linked to Audrey Nelson's murder in 2012 when DNA under her fingernail was matched to Samuel. In court, Sherry Nelson, the sister of Audrey, said that Audrey was a rebel and a hard soul. Audrey had studied cosmetology before she left home at 19. She then moved to New York and was forced into prostitution. There, Audrey suffered horrible burns in an apartment fire. Eventually, she moved back to LA to get back on track with her life. Audrey's daughter, Pearl Nelson, was there being raised by her parents. Pearl gave a statement in court saying, quote, "The reason my mom was in Los Angeles in the first place is because she had gotten her life back on track and was on her way to reunite with me." Samuel Little consistently used drugs to lure in his victims. Audrey Nelson and Carol Alford both had cocaine in their systems at the time of their death. A month later, on September 3rd, 1989, LA police officers responded to a homicide at an abandoned auto repair shop at South Ascot Avenue. The victim was 46-year-old Guadalupe Apodaca. She was naked from the waist down and was covered in bruises on her neck. The medical examiner determined that Guadalupe died of manual strangulation, and her injuries were consistent with significant pressure being applied to her neck. Guadalupe had suffered bruising on her tongue from biting down on it during a seizure during her strangulation. The examiner, Christopher Rogers, also reviewed the autopsy reports of Audrey Nelson and Carol Alford and noted many similarities. He recalled, "In each case, the deceased person was a woman of a particular age, between 35 and 46. They had all been strangled manually. They all had blunt trauma in addition to the strangulation. Each of them were nude from the waist down when they were originally found. The deceased were all found in South Central Los Angeles, and they all had cocaine in their blood. 2 of them had alcohol." The last murder that Samuel Little would ever commit was in 2005. Samuel met Nancy Carol Stevens and, according to investigators, struck up a relationship with him and felt comfortable getting into the RV with him. Samuel Little provided details that only the killer would know. He told detectives that he was traveling in his RV with Nancy when he decided to kill her in a Walmart parking lot in Tupelo, Mississippi. He dumped her body on the side of the road. Nancy's body was found in Lee County, and the autopsy revealed she had been strangled to death. After the end of Samuel Little's mass killing career, he continued committing petty crimes, such as DUI, burglary, larceny, theft, and shoplifting. Between the months of May and August of 2007, Samuel was arrested for possession of cocaine in Los Angeles. He pled guilty and was sentenced to a drug diversion program, but failed to attend or appear in court. The judge issued a bench warrant, but it was non-extraditable, meaning this warrant couldn't be used across state lines. Police encountered Samuel Little numerous times and were aware of his warrant, but were unable to do anything about it. In April of 2012, Detective Mitzi Roberts was assigned to the Cold Case Homicide Unit in Los Angeles. She first noticed the huge similarities between the Alford, Nelson, and Apodaca cases. All of their causes of death were manual strangulation, and they had all been beaten prior to their murder. The bodies of the victims had all been found within a 5-mile radius of each other. In that same month, Detective Roberts began looking into the background of Samuel Little. She found out that Samuel had been living in the South Los Angeles area between 1987 and 1989 during all the victims' deaths. Mitzi also discovered that Samuel was currently in custody in Kentucky, so she sent detectives there to interview and obtain an oral swabs from him. She then compared the DNA from Samuel and the DNA found on the victims' bodies. It was a match. During the initial interviewing process, Samuel bragged about being a middleweight prize boxer to the detectives. He also confirmed that he had been living in the San Diego and South Central Los Angeles areas during the years of 1987 to 1990. When the detectives showed Samuel pictures of Nelson and Apodaca, he said he had never seen them in his life, and he was pretty adamant about it. This was just one of the lines that Samuel Little would regurgitate over and over to claim innocence. In September 2014, Samuel Little went to trial for the murders of Carol Alford, Audrey Nelson, and Guadalupe Apodaca. At this time, Samuel was 74 years old. During the trial, he claimed he was innocent. He would interrupt grieving family members of the victims who were giving statements to say he didn't kill anyone. In Samuel Little's own statement, he claimed that he had been convicted on lies from witnesses, coached by liars, and hoped he would get a new trial. He also said, quote, "The obsession with labeling me a serial killer without any proof was illegal lynching." At one point, Samuel's defense lawyer told him to shut up after he kept exchanging words with the son of one of the victims during a statement. Tony Zambrano, the son of Guadalupe Apodaca, said, quote, "You took something very dear to me. You messed up big time. You hurt my mom." Samuel interrupted Tony and said, quote, "I didn't do nothing to your mom." However, the wheelchair-bound, now decrepit man wasn't fooling anyone any longer. This was a decade of advanced sciences, particularly in DNA evidence, and Samuel Little's DNA linked him to all 3 of the murders. Samuel had gotten away with too many murders, and his huge ego led him to believe he would slither away from another trial unscathed. 2 jurors who attended the sentencing said that the evidence against him was so overwhelming it was easy to reach the guilty verdict in just 2 hours. Samuel Little was found guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms, without the possibility of parole. After his sentence, he screamed, quote, "I didn't do it." He was wheeled out of the courtroom, and families of the victims clapped. Samuel responded by lifting his fist into the air. It wasn't until the year 2018, when Samuel was 78 years old, that his claims of innocence would diminish. Texas Ranger James Holland began interviewing Samuel, along with the help of FBI analysts Chrissy Palazzolo and Angela Williams. Samuel Little was being held at a California prison when James decided to visit him in the hopes of solving the 1994 murder of Denise Brothers. James gained the trust of Samuel, leading him to confess to Denise's murder and many more in exchange for being transferred out of LA County Prison. Denise's body was found in Odessa, Texas, a month after she was reported missing on February 2, 1994, in the parking lot of a Coca-Cola bottling facility. It was also less than a mile from where she had last been seen. An employee stumbled upon her body and initially thought she was a mannequin doll. Denise was partially nude and decomposing. An autopsy revealed that she had been strangled to death. Denise's son, who was only 14 years old, was brought to her body and forced to identify her as his mother. In an interview with The Cut, Samuel Little recalled the day he murdered Denise Brothers in grave detail. Samuel picked up Denise, a sex worker at the time, in his white Cadillac. He told her he was an artist and that he could, quote, "draw her so pretty, like Van Gogh." He also told Denise that she was beautiful and that he loved her. Samuel Little apparently told all his victims that he loved them. He pulled into an alley with Denise, and as she prepared to give Samuel a blowjob, he grabbed her by the throat and tossed her over the back seat like a doll. He then strangled her to death with one hand and masturbated with the other. As disturbing as that sounds, imagine that story again and again until you get to 93, the number of victims he killed. Killing was synonymous with sex for Samuel Little, so he made the process as, quote, long and slow as possible. He would play a sick game with them, letting them black out and come to numerous times before letting them take their final breath. Samuel said, quote, "I wanted their helplessness. All I ever wanted was for them to cry in my arms." Samuel pled guilty and received another life sentence on top of the 3 he already had on December 13th, 2018. Over the years, detectives failed to get Samuel Little to admit he was involved in any cold cases, much less the cases he was spending 3 life sentences for. James Holland, however, was able to retrieve Samuel's darkest, well-kept secrets over the course of 16 months and 650 hours of interviews. Samuel confessed to the strangulation of 93 women across the country over the span of 4 decades, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. James did whatever he could to get this critical information out of Samuel, which included the interviews behaving more like casual conversations and storytellings. Their conversations were held over grits, Dr. Pepper, and Brahms milkshakes, whatever Samuel desired, and whatever James could provide to get the killers to confess. James would play Samuel's ego, allowing the killer to think he was the one in control. James said, quote, "I know you're a powerful man in the mind." And Samuel replied, quote, "If you think so," while laughing. Because most of Samuel Little's murders occurred before modern forensic science, detectives had to work with any clues they could find, no matter how small. That included a Western Union MoneyGram from 1982, a witness who spotted a yellow Eldorado, and a sex worker's last meal of carrots. James Holland and other detectives also had to work at a rapid pace, because the longer it took solving these cases, the more and more Samuel Little's health and memory deteriorated. Although Samuel's memory of what his victims were wearing or the date they were killed weren't entirely accurate, he kept a vast amount of details with him for all those years. The FBI stated, quote, "He remembers where he was and what car he was driving. He draws pictures of many of the women he killed." Samuel Little drew around 50 portraits of women he had murdered. Authorities stated, quote, "We are hoping that someone, family member, former neighbor, friend, might recognize the victim and provide the crucial clue in helping authorities make an identification." In 2018, the death of 34-year-old Martha Cunningham was confirmed to be one of Samuel Little's victims. Martha was found on January 18, 1975, in Knoxville, Tennessee, in a wooded area off Oglesby Lane. Authorities attributed her death to natural causes, despite Martha being nude from the waist down and covered in bruises. There's no way in hell that the police thought Martha's death was from natural causes, and the reality is, she was a black woman in the 1970s, and the police didn't want to use the resources on her case. Martha's death remained a mystery for decades until James Holland got Samuel Little to confess. Because of the efforts of James Holland and other investigators, they were able to close 50 cold cases in a year, cases that had remained cold for decades until 2018 to 2019. What was massive help to officially closing these cold cases was Samuel Little's incredible photographic memory. James Holland said the first thing he picked on through the interviews was how wicked smart he was. James called Samuel a genius due to his amazing photographic memory and attention to details. Ranger James also claims that nothing Samuel Little has ever said has been proven wrong or false. After James discovered that Samuel Little liked to draw and sketch, he gifted Samuel art supplies. Those 50-plus sketches of his victims now cover the walls of Holland's office. Samuel left eerie notes on some of the portraits of his victims, such as, "Sam killed me, but I loved him," "Tall girl by the highway," and "Girl in a strip joint." So how was Samuel Little able to recall the tiniest details about his victims? A&E Real Crime got an interview with the specialist. Levin, an author of 31 books explaining serial killers and their memories of victims, explained why they're able to remember so much. He said, quote, "To a serial killer, his crimes are often his greatest accomplishments in life. If you understand that, you understand why he might remember the details of his crime." According to Levin, serial killers remember these details because they want to relive their crimes over and over and over again. When asked what serial killers think of their victims, Levin replied that they, quote, "tend to regard their victims as subhuman, as existing at the level of inferior animals rather than human beings. In a sense, they go big game hunting for a thrill." Levin claims that the only reason Samuel Little even helped close the cold cases was not to bring closure to their families, but because, quote, "he probably figured, if I can't do it, at least I can draw it." In an interview with The Cut, Samuel said, quote, "I live in my mind now, with my babies, in my drawings. The only things I was ever good at was drawing and fighting." When the interviewer asked how it felt to kill them, Samuel exclaimed, quote, "It felt like heaven. It felt like being in bed with Marilyn Monroe." Samuel also detailed why he got away with so many murders. He said, quote, "I never killed no senators or governors or fancy New York journalists. Nothing like that. If I killed you, you'd be all over the news the next day. I stayed in the ghettos." And the sad reality is that Sam was right. The victims he chose is the reason he was able to keep on for so long. What's even worse is now that Samuel Little has died, he can no longer make drawings, give interviews, and give any new information to authorities. Detectives needed that information to continue down the path of closing the cold cases they thought Samuel had something to do with. Some families of the victims may never know who killed them or if they're even dead at all. Some victims may never even be identified or their bodies found. So that's the story of Samuel Little, the most prolific serial killer in American history. If you want to dive deeper into Samuel Little's story, you can always click one of the sources that I've linked below. Thank you so much for watching. Andrei Chikatilo is known as one of the most gruesome serial killers in Russia. His victims were found brutally murdered and mutilated beyond recognition. Their abdomens were sliced open, internal organs spilling out. Andrei even admitted to putting one of his victims' uterus in his mouth and chewing on it. Andrei had a wife and kids of his own, but that didn't stop him from killing 53 plus young women and children. Overall, Andrei Chikatilo was tried for 53 murders and confessed to 56. His sexual sadism was a huge motivator for his killings. He would often attempt to rape his victims, but could never fully achieve an erection. This would send him into a rage so intense, he would slice his victims to death with the knife he always carried. If his victims tried to scream for help, he would shove dirt or mud down their throats. Andrei's other common titles are the Butcher of Rostov, the Red Ripper, and the Rostov Ripper. There was a village that lied on fertile land and was often referred to as a farmer's dream. However, in the mid-1930s, a famine would lead to millions of people starving or dead. Andrei Chikatilo was born into this miserable time in that very village on October 16, 1936, in Yabloknoy, Ukraine. During the 1930s, 6 to 8 million people, mostly lower class, died of starvation during the famine known as Holodomor. 4 to 5 million of those people were Ukrainians. Andrei's mother and father were both collective farmhands who didn't receive any wage for their labor. Instead, the family was able to cultivate a plot of land behind their one-room hut. Despite this plot of land, the family would often not have an adequate amount of food. Andrei claimed that his family would frequently eat grass and leaves to diminish their hunger. He also stated that he hadn't eaten bread until he was 12 years old. What's most disturbing about the famine that Andrei Chikatilo grew up in was that some people had to resort to cannibalism to survive. Axis armies occupied Ukraine from 1941 to 1944. Andrei's father, Roman, was enrolled into the Red Army in World War II against Germany. He was subsequently captured by Nazis and placed in a concentration camp. Roman was freed by Americans in 1945 and returned to his family. Andrei's father and entire family were apparently scorned after his return because it was seen as weak and humiliating to be taken prisoner. The state saw any person who made contact with the outside world, even a prisoner of war, a suspect, an enemy to the people. This event would also lead to Andrei being severely bullied in school. He was forced to witness the terrifying effects of war up close, stating that he witnessed bombings, shootings, and fires. Andrei claimed he and his mother had to hide in ditches and cellars, and even witnessed their hut burn to the ground. Andrei also recalled seeing corpses, blood, and parts of human bodies during his childhood. Andrei's mother gave birth to Tatiana, a baby girl, in 1943, during which Andrei's father was still being held captive in the war. Due to the fact that many soldiers who occupied Ukraine raped the native women, it's speculated that a German soldier was the father of baby Tatiana and the pregnancy had been forced upon her. It's also assumed that because Andrei and his mother lived in a one-room hut, the rape could have possibly occurred in his presence. These are the conditions and times that Andrei Chikatilo was raised in: famine, death, hardship, and world war. In addition to growing up in this external chaotic environment, Andrei also suffered internal hardships. He was believed to have suffered hydrocephalus, a buildup of cerebrospinal fluid in the hollow places inside the brain. This condition causes poor appetite, vomiting, and slowed. This would heavily affect Andrei. This caused him to have urinary tract problems, which led him to wet the bed into his late teens, and it also gave him the inability to sustain an erection. Andrei's mother would beat and ridicule him every time he would wet the bed, mortifying him on a regular basis. When people recalled going to primary school with Andrei Chikatilo, they described an introverted outcast that never got along with anyone or made an effort to. To the other students, he was always in a dream state. Andrei also suffered from severe short-sightedness, which he feared for other people finding out. He didn't tell his teachers nor his family, so he wouldn't have to wear glasses. He was already seen as an outcast and didn't want to be targeted by bullies further or mocked for having the need to wear the glasses. Andrei claimed, quote, "At school I was an object of ridicule and could not defend myself. If I didn't have a pen or ink, I used to sit and cry." When Andrei began hitting puberty, his classmates teased him for his breasts, claiming that they were too big. They called him Baba, a derogatory Russian word for a woman. Once when Andrei was at the urinal in school, a boy said that his foreskin was an, quote, odd shape. This too was spread around the school, and Andrei wasn't the type to shrug these kinds of things off. Later in his adolescence, things started lightening up for Andrei. He was no longer the shy, introverted boy that people had known. He was tall and claimed to be the strongest in the entire school. He was able to claim a seat in the front row of the classroom instead of sitting in the back with no chance of seeing the board. His teachers claimed he was a good student and an avid reader of acclaimed Russian writers. Andrei also had a phenomenal memory and could remember, quote, events and even long strings of meaningless numbers. He was on his way to becoming the model citizen that Stalin wanted. He succumbed to the propaganda that spewed into all the students and began reading Marx, Engels, and Lenin religiously. At the age of 16, he became the editor of his school newspaper and was given the important task of explaining recent political events. Although Andrei was thriving physically and academically, he still suffered in another area that other boys his age were diving into: girls. Andrei Chikatilo was apparently terrified of girls and would blush at the slightest interaction with them. It wasn't until the spring of 1954, when Andrei was 17, that he would have an interaction with a young girl that was quite disturbing. He had been home alone when 13-year-old Tanya Bala came to the door looking for his younger sister, Tatiana. Apparently the girl didn't make an attempt to leave after being told that his sister wasn't there, so Andrei weirdly saw this as an attempt to seduce him. He became aroused and threw himself onto her. They remained clothed and lied pressed together on the floor for a few minutes. Another source claims that this girl was only 11 years old, and he had wrestled her to the ground, ejaculating as the girl tried to escape. Considering Andrei Chikatilo's obsession with overpowering his victims, it seems like the latter is more likely to be true. After this interaction, he apparently felt ashamed and was revolted by his first sexual experience. This event was so revolting to him that he decided to remain abstinent until marriage. Despite Andrei doing very well in school, he was rejected from the university he applied for. His confidence was broken and convinced himself that his rejection was due to his father's capture during the war. he began harvesting a deep hatred for his father after the rejection. However, his refusal was not due to his father's war capture at all. Andre had applied to one of the top law schools in the area, and the competition was stacked against him. It all came down to entrance exams, and other students had done better. Instead of trying at a lower-level college, Andre settled on a local technical one. Andre began experimenting in his sex life at the age of 19. Tanya apparently took a liking to him, and a romance began. They tried having intercourse twice, but both attempts failed. In the girl.
Warning: this video contains descriptions of child abuse. Some viewers may find this content disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
This is a place for all relations to bring celebration to meditation, giving thanks for all creation. We are so provided for. We are so provided for. We are so provided for. We are so provided for.
To onlookers at music festivals, spectators on social media, and distant friends, the Hart family was special. They preached positivity, love, and radiated a sense of joy that everyone felt. They were politically active and advocated for environmental and social justice regularly. One child even went viral for hugging a police officer at a Black Lives Matter protest. But as progressive and caring the Hart family looked on the outside, they had a very dark secret. This secret continued to grow for years until the truth finally came out. And when the truth did come out, Sarah and Jen would commit the most cruel act that would shock the entire world. On March 26, 2018, at 3:38 p.m., a German tourist named Kirsten Pelzer called the Ukiah Communications Center. She reported that there was an overturned brown sport utility vehicle. It was down a 100-foot embankment in the Pacific Ocean at the Wan Creek crossing on Highway 1 in Mendocino County. Jennifer Hart, the driver of the vehicle, had gone full throttle off the cliff. There was no indication to investigators that she had tried to brake at all. It was discovered later that her blood alcohol concentration was 0.102%, well above the legal level of 0.08%. Sarah Hart and the children they tested at the crash site had a significant amount of antihistamine in their systems. It took just 5 seconds for the Hart family to go from the top of the cliff to the rocky shoreline below. No one in the SUV had been wearing their seatbelts. Rescue officials discovered 5 bodies at the crash site: 38-year-olds Jennifer and Sarah Hart, and 3 of their adoptive children, 19-year-old Marcus and 14-year-olds Abigail and Jeremiah. 16-year-old Hannah and 15-year-olds Sierra and Devontae were not immediately found. However, investigators believe that the whole family was in the SUV at the time of the crash. Jennifer Hart was still at the wheel, and Sarah Hart was trapped between the roof and seats of the rear of the vehicle. Authorities reported that the speedometer was pinned at 90 miles per hour, which means that Jennifer was still accelerating up until the point that they crashed into the rocks at the bottom. From this discovery alone, it's clear that either something went terribly wrong, or Jennifer didn't want any survivors. Because Marcus, Abigail, and Jeremiah had not been wearing their seatbelts at the time of the crash, this led investigators to believe that the other 3 children had not been either. The other 3 children were not immediately found. Authorities suggested their bodies had been ejected from the vehicle or swept away by the ocean's intense waves. Months later, authorities had recovered the body of Sierra and the severed foot of Hannah, which was identified through DNA analysis. To this very day, Devontae's body has yet to be found. Sarah Gingler grew up in Big Stone, South Dakota, a small town that borders Minnesota. It's so small, in fact, the population in 2019 was only 456. 97.9% of those people were white. Sarah's dad worked at a hardware business and her mom for a local cheese factory. The Seattle Times interviewed several people that knew Sarah growing up, and no one had anything bad to say about her. They claimed nothing stood out to them at all. At least, nothing that could predict the atrocities she and her future wife would commit. Jennifer Hart grew up in Huron, South Dakota, with her parents and 2 brothers. The town had a population of 13,380 in 2019, the highest it's ever been. Of that population, 86.9% were white. According to the Oregon news outlet that interviewed Jennifer's father, Douglas Hart, he and Jennifer's mother got a divorce when she was 12. When Jennifer was 14, she moved across town to live with her father. However, Douglas couldn't be home to watch Jen at all times, and apparently she started breaking the rules. Jen's father eventually forced her to move back in with her mother. Douglas stated, quote, "I will never, ever, 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 ever believe my daughter would do such a thing. I just don't believe she would take her own life, or her spouse's life, or her 6 children's lives." End quote. However, evidence suggests that Jennifer Hart did all 3 of those things. Apparently, Jen and her father had been distant for a while. He simply believes that something went terribly wrong. After Jen graduated from Huron High School in 1997, she enrolled in Augustana University, a Lutheran school. In 1999, she transferred to Northern State University, and that's where she met her then future wife, Sarah Gingler. The two were both studying the same field, elementary education. When Jen and Sarah began their relationship, Jen would refer to Sarah as her roommate. The two eventually became roommates, but they were also dramatically in love, according to Nasheen Bakhtiar, a close friend since 2013. In January of the year 2000, Jen pled guilty to petty theft. She had stolen a pair of Nike running shoes and 25 packs of sports trading cards. According to a police report, an officer noted, quote, "Hart also told me that there had been a lot happening lately that could have caused her to do it," end quote. In 2001, Jen stopped contacting her father after the two had a disagreement. Douglas Hart claimed this had nothing to do with her sexuality, and that Jen had not even told him she was in a relationship with a woman. In 2002, Sarah graduated and Jen dropped out before earning her degree. In 2004, the couple settled in Alexandria, Minnesota, and started building a life together. On March 4th, 2006, they adopted 3 children: 7-year-old Marcus, 2-year-old Abigail, and 4-year-old Hannah. Tammy Shurich, the biological mother of the 3, voluntarily gave up custody rights to her children after a long battle with drug addiction. Tammy said she was trying to make, quote, "the most unselfish decision for her children," end quote. She hoped that the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services would place her children in the care of a loving family, a family that could give them everything they needed and more. The Harts adopted the children through the Permanent Family Resource Center in Fergus Falls, Minnesota. A caseworker for the Hart family adoption said, quote, "The Hart family takes every opportunity to celebrate the children's ethnic heritage," end quote. The Hart women had even completed 15 hours of training on racial diversity excitement. The caseworker also recommended that the Harts be allowed to adopt more children. Later, it would be discovered that the same Permanent Family Resource Center was closed for multiple code violations. 71-year-old Lorraine Feely lived across the street from the Hart family and knew Sarah and Jennifer as, quote, "real friendly girls." However, Lorraine said she didn't know the children well at all. She claimed that Jen and Sarah didn't let them out of the house very often, but when they did, she noticed that they were very highly disciplined. Lorraine noticed that on the rare occasion the children did come out of the house, they would come down the steps in single file. Lorraine told the New York Times that it wasn't like normal kids. 2 years later, in June of 2008, Sherry Hurd, the biological mother of Devontae, Jeremiah, and Sierra, had her children taken away. Sherry had failed to complete a drug rehabilitation program. Nathaniel Davis, the children's stepfather, sought custody of the children, but they didn't see him fit to take care of them. Priscilla Celestine, an aunt of the children, fought hard to keep custody of them, and she thought that she had a chance, considering she was the children's blood relative. She loved them, and she knew them. Priscilla even relocated from a 3-bedroom to a 5-bedroom house to better provide for the children's needs. However, when the department discovered that Sherry Hurd had once babysat the kids while Priscilla was called into work, they removed them immediately. Shonda Jones, a family law attorney assigned to the children's case, fought on Priscilla's behalf. She claims that the Family and Protective Services never gave Priscilla a chance to prove that she would be an adequate guardian, and that removing the kids suddenly was an injustice. Instead of the department allowing Priscilla a chance to take care of the children, the 3 of them were shipped to a random couple in Minnesota, Jen and Sarah Hart. Shonda claims the situation could have been handled a lot more humanely, especially because the biological family knew nothing of the adopters and their environment. Nathaniel Davis said the system took his life away from him that day because those children were his life. In an email Jennifer Hart wrote to an unknown receiver, she says, quote, "We finalized their adoption last month. Thank goodness. I've been a ball of anxiety just waiting for the day to come. Until a couple months ago, a maternal aunt was trying to get them back. Long story, happy ending. Or beginning, moreover." End quote. The system removed these children from their homes and placed them in a new, foreign one, states away. A house with 2 women that would isolate them, abuse them, neglect them, and withhold their basic needs. So in a way, Jennifer was right. This was the beginning, but it wasn't a happy one. This was the beginning of the end for the Harts and their now 6 adopted children. Jennifer and Sarah married the next year, in 2009. In March of that year, Jennifer revealed that Sarah was trying to get pregnant. In an email to someone she wrote, quote, "After 10 years of talking about this, we have decided on a donor. This month will be the first time she will have done the actual procedure." End quote. In July, she wrote that the doctor couldn't locate the heartbeat of the baby, and 6 days after that, she told them that the baby didn't make it. In August of 2010, Jennifer emailed another woman complaining about her wife. She wrote, quote, "For quite some time I have felt underappreciated and taken for granted in our relationship, and at times unloved. While I know deep down in my heart how much she loves me, she is just horrible about showing it." End quote. Because Sarah had been the only one working a job, Jennifer was left to take care of their 6 children. Jennifer felt she had been raising them on her own and wrote that she needed a break. 3 months later, abuse allegations against the Hart women surfaced in November of that year. Abigail Hart, who was at the time just 6 years old, told her teacher she had owies on her back and stomach. She told the teacher, quote, "Mom hit me," according to court records. The teacher then lifted Abigail's shirt and discovered bruising from her chest down to her belly button, as well as her back. Detective Sergeant Larry Daly went to interview the couple due to the allegations. Abigail told Detective Larry and a county social worker that Jennifer had gotten angry with her about a penny. Apparently, a penny had fallen from Abigail's pocket onto the floor. This caused Jen to take Abigail to the bathroom, put her hands around her neck, and shove her head in cold water, as well as hit her with her fist. Abigail also claimed she was routinely punished by being grounded. For most kids, this would simply mean that they couldn't play with their toys or watch TV. But for Abigail and the rest of the children, this meant that they were spanked, forced to stay in bed for hours, and withheld food. Jen and Sarah had a different story for what happened to 6-year-old Abigail. They claimed it was in fact Sarah who hit her, and that because she was angry over her lying, she bent her over the bathtub and hit her backside. Sarah said she had just lost her temper and got carried away. She also suggested that Abigail was confused by who did this, because Jen was the one who stayed at home with the kids and played a dominant role in their children's lives. In April of 2011, Sarah pled guilty to a misdemeanor charge of domestic assault. She only received a 90-day suspended sentence and a $300 fine. This wasn't the first abuse allegation against the Hart women. The first allegation came in 2008 from Hannah. She told a social worker and authorities that Jen had struck her arm with a belt, leaving a bruise behind. When Jen and Sarah were questioned, they claimed that the child had fallen down some stairs a few days earlier. They also claimed that Hannah was having food issues, like stealing food at school, eating out of the garbage cans, or off the ground. Apparently, the authorities thought the children were troubled and the Hart women were telling the truth, because they closed the case. While being interviewed in November of 2010 about the now second abuse allegations, Jen and Sarah skewed the conversation to make themselves out as victims. They said they got funny looks from neighbors and churchgoers, and that their kids were picked on at school. Alexandria, Minnesota, had a population of 11,070 people. .3% of them were white. It's fair to say that the white lesbian couple was probably getting some looks when walking around with their 6 adopted black children. But it's also fair to say that they probably wanted to move because this was their second abuse case against them, not just because they were getting funny looks. There was evidence, however, of more than 30 phone calls to police involving a feud with a male neighbor. The man admitted that in June of 2009 he had, quote, made some comments about the Hart sexuality. Just 4 days after Sarah Hart was arrested, Jen posted to Facebook that they had contacted a real estate agent and planned to sell their house and move. And while all of this was going on, Jennifer was documenting the lives of her children, frequently posting them to her Facebook. Her Facebook account has since been taken down, but the remaining photos floating around are almost too perfect. In 2006, before the Hart women had adopted their 6 children, they were fostering a 15-year-old girl. However, the girl was removed from their home in February of that year because of her, quote, suicidal idealizations and threats. It's not known what the girl went through while living with the Hart family, or what she endured, but we know that the Hart woman's statement can't be entirely trusted, considering they did much worse to their new adoptive children. The Harts said that they were planning on adopting children, and, quote, didn't want the negative energy to impact their children. What's troubling is that they didn't even tell the girl that they were giving up her custody. They simply dropped her off at a therapist appointment and never returned. The therapist had to inform her that the Hart women wouldn't be back, and that the arrangement hadn't been a good fit. All the girl's belongings were dropped off later at her new temporary home, and that's the last she ever heard of them. In 2011, Hannah told her school nurse that she hadn't had any food. Jennifer Hart was enraged by this and shoved a banana and nuts into Hannah's mouth. Sarah then argued that Hannah was just playing the food card and should only be given water. A child welfare worker made a report stating that the school stopped reporting these allegations of abuse and neglect because they feared for the children's safety. This alludes to the fact that any time the children shared with others that they were being abused or neglected, they would be punished for it. This further silenced the kids about speaking out about the abuse and enabled Sarah and Jennifer to continue their behavior. Another concept enabling the abuse and neglect to continue for the Hart children is how people perceived the family. A Minnesota welfare worker wrote that Jennifer and Sarah looked normal. This normalcy that the Hart women portrayed, in combination with the white privilege they had, were strong factors in keeping these welfare allegations swept under the rug. The biological mother of Marcus, Abigail, and Hannah had her children taken away, despite the fact that the children's aunt was fighting hard for their custody. So why were these two women allowed to keep 6 children they had been abusing and neglecting for years? In 2011, the Hart women pulled all 6 of their children out of public school and started homeschooling them. They had a close call with the Child Welfare Department, and the only way to stop the abuse allegations was to isolate their children further. As soon as assessments and services were concluded by the Minnesota Child Welfare Department in early 2013, the Hart family packed up all of their belongings and moved to Westland, Oregon. That same year, the Oregon Department of Human Services received an anonymous report on July 18th. This person claimed that the Hart children appeared malnourished and neglected. The Oregon Department called officials in Minnesota to get an accurate background on the family's history. Through this, the Oregon Department learned that the Hart family had 6 reports of abuse or neglect. Only 2 of those reports were deemed founded by the Minnesota Child Welfare Department. For those prior allegations, the Harts had to complete in-home therapy, counseling, and other skill-building activities. The following is the collection of allegations and reports about the Hart family that the Oregon Department of Human Services had access to. In November of 2010, Abigail was reported to have been going through the garbage at school and taking other classmates' food. This was ruled out. On November 4th, 2010, Jen had hit Abigail's head against the wall. There was no marks to back this up. It was ruled out. On November 15th, 2010, the physical mistreatment of Abigail Hart was reported. This was the abuse allegation I went into detail earlier in this episode. Abigail accused Jennifer of the abuse, but Sarah ended up taking the fall. And this entire altercation was supposedly over a penny in Abigail's pocket. This was deemed founded. On December 12th, 2010, Hannah Hart had a dime-sized bruise on her hand from Jennifer hitting her. The report said it was because Hannah lies. Hannah also reported that Jen hits her all the time. This allegation was open for an assessment, but there was no determinations. On January 4th, 2011, it was reported that Hannah's classmates were giving her food, and she had been approaching them for food as well. On January 14th, 2011, Hannah reported that she hadn't eaten. I went into detail about this allegation earlier in the episode as well. Hannah said Jen told her she was being disrespectful and shoved a banana and nuts into her mouth. And Sarah said that Hannah was just playing the food card. And this is around the time the school stopped reporting allegations of abuse and neglect because they knew the children were being punished for it. Anytime Sarah and Jen were confronted with the fact that their children looked years younger than their actual age, they would talk about their kids being adopted and high risk with food issues. The Oregon Child Welfare Department began an investigation of their own into the Hart family. The CPS report notes that on July 19, 2013, a worker tried making contact with the Hart family by dropping by their house. Hannah Hart had a dime-sized bruise on her hand from Jennifer hitting her. The report said it was because Hannah lies. Hannah also reported in 2011. Hannah said Jen told her she was being disrespectful younger than their actual age. They would talk about their kids being adopted and high risk with food issues. The Oregon Child Welfare Department began an investigation of their own into the Hart family. The CPS report notes that on July 19, 2013, a worker tried making contact with the Hart family by dropping by their house at 10:30 a.m. The Harts only had 2 vehicles, and those 2 vehicles were in the driveway when the worker arrived. However, after knocking on the door several times, they received no answer. The CPS worker left their card with a note attached asking that the Hart family contact them. It's unlikely that with both of the vehicles in the driveway, the family of 8 could not have been anywhere but home. That same day, a detective drove by the Hart residence and noted that the suburban vehicle was now gone. Sarah Hart left a message for the CPS worker stating that she had found their card when taking out the trash. The CPS worker contacted Sarah and made her aware of the allegations in the process of an assessment. Sarah told the CPS worker that she had just missed them that day. Apparently, they had all been on the coast picking berries that day and made sure to let the CPS worker know that the family traveled a lot. That still didn't explain the only 2 vehicles they owned being in the driveway and the women still not answering the door. Sarah mentioned that Jennifer would be taking the kids to a festival that weekend and they wouldn't be home. She also had no idea where exactly Jennifer was even taking the children. She just knew it was out of state and out of reach of CPS. Sarah made the excuse of having a new job with no time off, so she wouldn't be available to meet either. Her excuse for the allegation of the children being undernourished was that the family was vegetarian and just more slender. Sarah claimed that Hannah is just very petite and that her growth hormones were checked when she was younger and there was no problem. At the end of the conversation, Sarah said the children weren't home now and she would call Jennifer to ask when they would be returning to Portland. The CPS worker didn't get to assess the Hart family until over a month after they visited the home for the first time. On August 26th, 2 CPS workers entered the Hart residence. Of course, the women started off by presenting the best image possible of their children, by having them seated at the kitchen table, all coloring. After everyone was introduced, one of the CPS workers wanted to talk with each child individually. Sarah and Jen were hesitant at this. The worker explained that it was typical procedure. The couple told them that they wanted to meet together instead of individually like the children were. All that we have of these interviews are notes made by the CPS workers. Many of these notes stuck out. Before we get into the interviews with the Hart family, I want to preface this with the allegations from 2 anonymous women that knew the Hart family personally. These allegations are noted down alongside the interview notes taken by CPS. The claims these women made about the Hart family are entirely different from the lives the Harts claim to lead. One of these women had even been cut off from the family after expressing concern about Jennifer's punishments. One woman recalled having the family over several times. They had ordered pizza, but Jen only allowed the children 1 small piece each. The next morning, the rest of the pizza was gone. When the woman casually mentioned it to her husband, Jennifer overheard and became infuriated. She took all of her children into the bathroom. When they came out, she told the woman's husband that none of the children would be having breakfast because none of them fessed up to eating the pizza. As a punishment, Jennifer forced her children to lie on the ground in the dark for 4 to 7 hours, unable to move. If Jennifer was comfortable refusing food in front of others, imagine the abuse the children were suffering behind closed doors. The first time one of the anonymous women met Jennifer, Devontae said he was, quote, starving. The woman suggested that they stop and get him something to eat. Jennifer responded that Devontae wasn't hungry. Devontae then denied ever saying he was hungry in the first place. The woman thought this was really strange. She also reported that Jennifer would only feed the children tiny portions and wouldn't allow them to have seconds. The children would eat freely when Jennifer wasn't around, but as soon as she entered the room, they would deny eating anything. Jennifer would rarely allow direct interactions between her children and anyone else other than her and her wife. When the woman confronted Jennifer about how little she was feeding Hannah, Jennifer told the woman that Hannah had been morbidly obese before coming to her. There's no evidence of Hannah ever being obese. This woman claimed that the children had to raise their hands before speaking, and they weren't allowed to laugh at the dinner table. On one occasion, Marcus had gotten in trouble at school on his birthday. As a punishment, Jennifer told the children that they weren't allowed to tell Marcus happy birthday. During their family yoga sessions, Jennifer would have them do intense positions that are uncomfortable for long periods of time. One of the women witnessed Jennifer punish Marcus for making a comment that Jennifer didn't like by forcing him to lay in a dark room for 7 total hours. One of the anonymous close family friends reported that Jennifer was manipulative and controlling in the relationship with Sarah. She also reported that at one point Jen wanted to leave Sarah for her and had become obsessed. Obviously, Jennifer didn't leave her wife, and we don't know if this claim was true. However, the woman also reported something that might align with the narrative of who the Hart family truly was. She told the CPS worker that Jennifer always made up extravagant stories to make herself appear a hero, and that she was completely delusional. She stated that Jennifer views the children as animals before they came to her, and she as their savior. She believed that Jennifer liked to parade the children around at music festivals and even stage them for photographs, but in reality, Jennifer gave them little attention after the cameras and crowds were gone. The same was said about Sarah Hart as well. She claimed that Sarah was in reality cold to the children and only liked to parade them around for attention. To conceal the abuse that Jennifer and Sarah inflicted, one of the women claimed that Jennifer coached the children to act and say certain things. The children were also reportedly not even allowed to cry. The following are notes taken by the CPS worker that interviewed the Hart family on August 26, 2013. Marcus, at 15 years old, appeared soft-spoken and reserved. The women who contacted CPS and knew the Hart family claimed he was specifically targeted for abuse and received the most discipline. But Marcus told a different story. He told CPS that he was grateful for Sarah and Jen for changing his life. He told them that there was more opportunity in Oregon and felt that they were contributing to the world. This painted an entirely different picture than the one made by the other 2 anonymous women. According to one of them, Jennifer told her that Marcus attempted to kill her, but was saved by Devontae. On a different occasion, when the Hart family was at the woman's home, Jennifer alleged that Marcus tried to punch her and drug her. The woman didn't believe Jennifer, however, and said she didn't hear Marcus yelling like Jennifer said he had. In response to this allegation, Jennifer and Sarah told the CPS worker that when they adopted Marcus, he was already on psychotropic medication. However, Marcus was apparently no longer on that medication and has no mental health concerns at all. 11-year-old Hannah appeared small for her age. She had no front teeth and was told she had to wait until she was 17 or 18 years old to get a retainer with teeth. Hannah and her mothers had the same story lined up. Hannah fell while running on hardwood floors a year prior. That's how she lost her front teeth. Hannah is another child that the anonymous woman claimed was a target for abuse by the Hart women. Hannah didn't tell the CPS workers anything about being abused or harshly disciplined during the interview. 10-year-old Devontae was the most outgoing and talkative according to the documents. He introduced himself and volunteered to be interviewed first. Devontae was clean and well-dressed. Jennifer said that he was very active in the music festival community and famous across the nation for his free hugs. The Hart women also told CPS that when they adopted Devontae at the age of 6, he only knew how to say the S word and the F word. They claimed that in Devontae's prior home, he suffered abuse and was exposed to violence, drugs, and had a gun held to his head. He didn't know where his fingers and toes were when they adopted him, and he would violently bite and kick them. They claimed Devontae was diagnosed with a mood disorder and ADHD, but they didn't believe those were correct, so he wasn't on any sort of medication. The anonymous women told CPS workers that Devontae was the favorite child. He received much more affection and privileges than his 5 other siblings. According to them, Jennifer wouldn't even talk to the other children unless she was telling them to do something. 9-year-old Abigail was reported to be reserved and small for her age, like most of her siblings. She also reportedly showed little emotion or animation. At 2 years old, Sarah and Jen claimed that Abigail was, quote, labeled as mentally retarded, end quote. Like Devontae's conditions, the couples didn't believe it was accurate. 9-year-old Jeremiah was described as reserved and the only child who was found on the growth charts when evaluated by the doctor. The Hart women claimed that Jeremiah had been on medication when they adopted him, but no longer needed it. They also told CPS that he couldn't use a fork when they adopted him, but was functioning normally now. It's been a trend so far during this interview with CPS that the Hart women claimed that their children were suffering before they adopted them, and that they had been the ones to build a life for them that they're so grateful for now. This further emphasized that Jen and Sarah wanted control over their image and how they were perceived. They had to bring up the traumatic past of their children to combat the fact that they had previous run-ins with CPS and even a charge of domestic assault. Sierra was the youngest of the children, just 8 years old. She also had the least amount of notes during the interview. They said she's small for her age and reserved like the other children. During the interview with Jen and Sarah, Jennifer talked about how she didn't currently work but has a degree and background in education. She claimed to be interested in social justice and a big part of the music festival community, bringing her children along. She also said that many of her family's issues have stemmed from people not understanding their alternative lifestyle of yoga, organic food, vegetarianism, etc. But people reporting issues about the family weren't concerned with the lifestyle they portrayed. They were concerned for their children, who were caught digging in the trash for food, with bruises on their bodies. The CPS worker observed that during the interview, Jennifer was much more outspoken and dominated the conversation. Jennifer also refused to be interviewed alone, without Sarah by her side. The couple claimed that they didn't move to Oregon to escape their troubled history in Minnesota. They moved because they were being harassed. They said they had their tires slashed, they were threatened, and their home was egged. Either the couple didn't file any police reports when this occurred, or none of it happened at all. The couple was ready to start a new life in Oregon that would readily accept their alternative lifestyle. The conclusion to the visit from CPS officials and the allegations against the Hart women were all deemed unable to determine. The child safety conclusion deemed that all the children were safe, but that was so far from true. On September 23rd, the CPS worker called Jennifer's cell phone. That number had been disconnected. They then left a message for Sarah asking if she was able to transfer the children's medical insurance and arrange a medical evaluation for all the children. The next day, the worker left a message for the Children's Center informing them of the interviews and history and wondering if they would see the Hart children. Apparently, to the Children's Center, the interviews and history called for the children to be seen by their primary care physician. CPS then contacted the police about Sarah and Jen's out-of-state criminal history. Through this contact, they noted that Sarah had been charged with malicious punishment of a child in 2010. However, the charge had been dropped. Sarah had also been convicted of misdemeanor domestic violence assault and attempt to inflict bodily harm to another person. She pled guilty and went through probation. The same day CPS learned that information, they contacted an individual who knows the Hart family. She wanted to remain anonymous, and the information she gave remained confidential. She knew the family would cut her off if she was caught talking to CPS workers. 3 days later, the CPS worker received a call from another woman who claimed she knew the family well and was concerned for the children. On November 19th, the CPS worker received a fax containing all 6 children's growth charts. The doctor indicated that there was no concern. However, Jeremiah was the only child that was on the chart for both height and weight. The rest of the Hart children were either under the desired height, weight, or both. The medical assessment of the children came 4 months after the anonymous tip was sent to CPS about them being undernourished. On November 25, 2014, the Hart family attended a Black Lives Matter protest in Portland, Oregon. This protest was a response to the shooting of Michael Brown by a police officer named Darren Wilson. Devontae, who would have been 11 at the time, was wearing a free hug sign at the rally. Officer Sergeant Brett Barnum approached Devontae, and the two shook hands. Devontae was already crying, and when the officer asked why, Devontae responded that it was about the current national events. Sergeant Barnum told Devontae, quote, "I'm sorry," and the two continued talking. Eventually, the officer pointed to the free hug sign and asked, quote, "Hey, can I have one of those?" As tears were streaming down Devontae's face, a freelance photographer captured their embrace. That photo ended up going viral and gained national attention. The image was featured on Reddit, ABC News, CBS News, Fox News, NBC's Today Show, and many more media outlets. It was even mentioned and shown during a Saturday Night Live sketch. On Facebook, Jennifer made a post about Devontae. She wrote, quote, "My son has a heart of gold, compassion beyond anything I've ever experienced, yet struggles with living fearlessly when it comes to the police. He wonders if someday, when he no longer wears a free hug sign around his neck, when he's a full-grown black male, if his life will be in danger for simply being. Now this is when the Hart family story takes an even darker turn. Because of this viral image, Jennifer and family friends claimed that the family was receiving death threats. While that story is believable, authorities say there's no actual evidence that they ever received any death threats at all. Judging by the history of deception from Jennifer and Sarah, it's more likely that their hunger to be perceived as white saviors got out of hand. Due to the overwhelming social media posts from the women boasting their family life, it's clear that Jennifer and Sarah Hart were fine with sharing their personal lives, as long as they had complete control over their final image. What scared them was having an audience too large to control. People could easily poke around and find the charge against Sarah for domestic assault. It was time to cut more ties and isolate themselves further. They couldn't risk tainting the perfect image they worked so hard to create, or even worse, another visit from Child Protective Services. On Jen's YouTube channel, the last post she made was on December 27, 2014. The entire video is showcasing Devontae, for 2 minutes and 39 seconds, wearing Elton John glasses and a Nemo hat. He's dancing in his underwear to Joni Mitchell. Devontae was noted to be the more outspoken one of the group by CPS officials. He was also considered a favorite of Jen's by many family friends. Devontae appeared relatively thin and small for 12 years old. He also looked like he wasn't enjoying the dancing much at all. His face is emotionless, and he only flashes a brief grin a few times during the entire video. Here's what Jen's caption reads. Abby ended her 11th birthday celebration with an epic dance party last night. While I would love to share more clips from the evening, apparently not all the kids are thrilled with the notion of everyone seeing them shake their booties in their underwear. Most of the kids danced for over 4 hours straight, until 1 a.m. This kid outlasted me. Elton John glasses, underwear, Joni Mitchell, fishy accessories, dance till dawn, just your average Friday night. In 2016, Nusheen attended a Bernie Sanders rally with the Hart family. Because there wasn't enough space, Nusheen let Hannah sit on her lap. She thought Hannah couldn't be older than 7 or 8. Jen then told her, quote, "You know she's 14, right?" Nusheen had met the family in November of 2013 at a concert and connected instantly. She visited their Westland, Oregon home several times and described Jen as, quote, "the most sensitive, gentle, humane person." When she visited, however, she wouldn't see or interact with all the children. She mostly just saw Devontae and Jeremiah. Jen confided in Nusheen that the children were born addicted to drugs or alcohol, and their genetics explained their size and behaviors. Jen also claimed that none of her children would marry, have kids of their own, or live normal lives. Sadly, she was right, but it wasn't due to their genetics or troubled past. It was Jen and Sarah who would make that decision for them. According to the Oregon Live, in 2012, Jennifer detailed the troubled past she claimed Devontae had before being adopted. She wrote, quote, "Born into a world of drugs, pumping through his newly born body, weapons and extreme poverty, one would assume his future was bleak. By the time he was 4, he had smoked, consumed alcohol, handled drugs, been shot at, and suffered severe abuse and neglect." End quote. After Jennifer drove her entire family off of a cliff and the truth was revealed, attorney Shonda Jones came forward, who was fighting for their biological aunt to keep custody of Devontae, Jeremiah, and Sierra. She said, quote, "Those are all lies. That did not happen. Devontae was not born on drugs. I've never heard anything about being shot at or anything like that." The adoptive mother fed a lie to the public. She fed into a stereotype that reinforced other people's racism. End quote. In May of 2017, the Hart family moved to Woodland, Washington. They had very few neighbors, and the home was even more isolated than the last. The closest neighbor the Hart family did have was the DeKalbs. In late August of that year, Bruce and Dana DeKalb met one of the Hart children in a horrifying way. At 1:30 a.m., 15-year-old Hannah jumped out of her second-story bedroom window and ran to their home. She knocked on their door, and when they answered, Hannah darted to their back bedroom. She was covered in weeds and dirt and begging for their help. Hannah told Dana not to tell her mothers that she was there. Dana eventually got Hannah to calm down. That's when Hannah revealed the shocking truth. She said, quote, "Don't make me go back. They're racist and they abuse us." All of a sudden, the DeKalbs heard distant screams of Hannah's name. It was the rest of the Hart family, searching for her with flashlights. Bruce called out to them against Hannah's wishes and said she was in their house. Jen barged into their home and found Hannah curled up, tucked between their bed and bedside table. Hannah was terrified as Jen approached her. Dana told Jen to back up and give Hannah some space. Jen then told Sarah to go back to the house with the other kids so she could deal with the situation. Jen crouched next to Hannah and told her she needed to apologize to the family and explain that she's been really sad and it's been a tough week. Dana recalled that Hannah became robotic in her demeanor after this. To everything Jen said, Hannah would respond, "Yes, ma'am," with little to no emotion. Hannah eventually left with Jennifer, and the DeKalbs were left wondering what made Hannah want to escape her own home. The next morning at 6 a.m., Dana heard a knock at her door. It was Hannah again, but this time she was accompanied by Jennifer. Hannah then gave a note to Dana, and here's what it said. "Dear Dana, I stopped this morning because I feel awful about disturbing your peace and worrying you in the middle of the night. I was very frustrated with my brother and didn't handle things very maturely, and I'm sorry for telling lies to get attention. I'm working on being more honest and finding better ways to communicate my frustrations. I've been pretty sad about our 2 cats dying recently, so I was just very sad and frustrated last night. Thank you for being kind." Dana asked to speak to Hannah alone, but Jennifer's response was, "We do everything as a family." Jen also claimed that her children were drug babies, and that's why they sometimes acted out. When Dana told her mother about the strange experience, she in turn told her 80-year-old husband, Steve. On November 18th, months after the incident, Steve called the authorities to report Jen and Sarah. He said, quote, "The other night, a little girl jumped out of the second-story window on the roof and then came down onto the ground and ran to my daughter, and this was like 2 a.m, begging them to help her. My son-in-law doesn't want to get involved, but the more I sit on it, I just can't live with it. Somebody's got to go out there and check on these kids. Since she's told me about it, I just can't live with it. Those kids, I think, are in very serious danger." After authorities learned that this incident had taken place months prior to Steve's 911 call, they determined that a welfare check was not warranted based on the isolated incident. However, if they had done a little digging, they would have realized that it wasn't an isolated incident. It was one of too many. Over the next 8 months, Dana and Bruce never saw the children outside, except one. They would sometimes see Jen's favorite child, Devontae, outside doing chores. A week before the family perished, Devontae started showing up to their home. He needed food. Specifically, he wanted tortillas, bread, and cured meat, and he wanted it in 6 servings so he could share it with his brothers and sisters. He started going to the DeKalbs more and more often, and eventually Dana was comfortable enough to ask what was going on. He confided in her that Jen was withholding food. After a week of that, Dana had enough. On March 23, 2018, Dana called Child Protective Services and told them everything. That same day, CPS made a visit to the Hart home, but no one answered the door. That same evening, the entire Hart family fled. A detective on the case told NBC News that, quote, "They both decided that this was going to be the end. That if they can't have their kids, that nobody was going to have those kids." The Harts drove a total of 500 miles over the course of 3 days. It's not clear if the Harts knew where they were going, but on the way they paid for most of their items in cash, possibly to go undetected. On the 3rd day of their journey, Sarah was in the passenger seat searching questions about suicide, drowning, Benadryl, and overdosing. Her final searches were, is death by drowning painful? Can 500 milligrams of Benadryl kill a 125-pound woman? How long does it take to die from hypothermia while drowning in a car? Those searches were deleted, but later recovered by authorities. Jennifer, who rarely drank, according to her, was drinking heavily at the wheel. Sarah had 42 doses of generic Benadryl in her system. They were building up the courage to do the unimaginable, kill themselves and their 6 adopted children. Back at the Hart family home, a CPS worker was trying to make contact for the 2nd time. But it was too late. We don't know the whole story, and we probably never will, but we do know that Jennifer Hart drove her entire family willingly off a cliff into the Pacific Ocean. We know that Jennifer, Sarah, Marcus, Hannah, Jeremiah, Abigail, and Sierra are dead, and it's presumed, even though his body was never found, that Devontae is deceased as well. After the crash, Clark County investigators searched the home. Although Jen and Sarah claimed to be strict vegetarians, authorities found a fridge stocked with hot dogs, ham, chicken breasts, ground beef, and frozen tilapia. Although Sarah only drank occasionally, there were 17 bottles of wine on their kitchen counters. The couple was also drowning in credit card debt. They had paid $8,000 off to bring the total money owed down to $21,000. Half of the family's income relied on their adoptive children, which brought them $30,000 a year. After Marcus turned 18, those payments decreased by $550 a month. Nathaniel Davis, the stepfather of Devontae and Jeremiah, was reportedly sending over $10,000 a year to the family. According to a detective that searched the Hart family home, quote, "There was very little to show the children had access to any toys or items of entertainment, save for some board games found in the downstairs family room." But what investigators found most disturbing was that they couldn't figure out where the children had even slept. Sarah and Jen had their own room with a double bed. One room had 2 love seats and a padded mat on the floor. Another room held a single twin bed. Where were the children sleeping? A friend of the Hart family noticed something in one of Jen's Facebook photos that had been overlooked before. The children were all painting pictures, but there wasn't any paint on their brushes. If only these minor and major details hadn't been overlooked before, would they still be here today? Thank you guys so much for watching. Please give the video a thumbs up and subscribe if you want to see more. You can also follow me on TikTok and Instagram, where I post true crime daily. In the city of Cheshire, Connecticut, a close-knit community would experience what became known to them as Cheshire's own 9/11. Overnight, it went from a quiet New England town to locals scrambling for security systems, panic buttons, and firearms. In the early hours of July 23, 2007, 2 men entered the home of the Pettit family. Around 9 a.m. that same day, 48-year-old Jennifer Pettit walked into a Bank of America. She told the bank teller that her family was being held hostage and proceeded to withdraw $15,000 from her account. The manager immediately called 911. In the transcript, she explained to the operator, quote, "We have a lady who is in our bank right now, who says that her husband and children are being held at their house. The people are in a car outside the bank. She is getting $15,000 to bring out to them. Her name is Jennifer Pettit." As the bank manager was on the line, Jennifer exited the building. The bank manager continued. She said, quote, "They're tied up. She said they drove her here. I'm trying to look and see where she has gone. Wait, I see her walking now. She is petrified." At 9:28 a.m., a description of Jennifer's car and license plate number was broadcasted to local police. When Jennifer arrived home, the real horrors of this tragedy began. And it all happened while authorities were sitting outside the house. 30 minutes later, at 9:56 a.m., 2 men were caught fleeing the scene in Jennifer's car. The men were immediately arrested, but behind them, the Pettit family home was in flames. 48-year-old Jennifer Pettit, 17-year-old Haley, and 11-year-old Michaela were found deceased inside. Miraculously, there was a lone survivor of the family, the father, Dr. William Pettit. William had managed to escape the basement and crawl to the neighbor's home for help. He was bleeding profusely, with 3 to 4 inch openings in his skull. The father was immediately taken to the hospital where his head was stitched up. After nearly losing his own life to a brutal beating and fire, he apologized to Jennifer's parents for not saving their daughter and grandchildren. Jennifer's father, Reverend Richard Hawk, had to convince him that it wasn't his fault. He was in no condition to be saving anyone. They were just grateful that he was alive. Looking back, William told Jen's sister, Cynthia, that sometimes he wished he would have gone inside the house, because he believed that even if he died in there, he could have done something. Lieutenant J. Markella was interviewed over the phone by Fox News the day of the murders. He claimed that officers arrived just as the suspects were fleeing the burning home, but this timeline he gave didn't make sense to the town of Cheshire. Neither did it make sense to the victim's family and friends. Cynthia wanted to know all the details about the tragedy her sister suffered, so she started an investigation of her own. She wondered why her sister and her captor weren't stopped at the bank. When conducting her own research, she discovered that some police officers had heard the girl screaming. This, of course, was off the record. Jennifer Pettit didn't have any blinds on her windows. Cynthia wondered why police officers weren't looking into the house. Cynthia said, quote, "I just want the facts. Nobody has told us what really happened." When the press interviewed Lieutenant Paul Vance, he gave the following statement. First of all, the Cheshire Police Department and their response to this initial call was absolutely outstanding. They did a stellar job. The chief and all those personnel in Cheshire PD deserve a lot of praise and credit. But the Pettit family was left wondering why first responders deserved this praise. What did they do specifically that prevented a worse outcome? What was worse than 3 individuals losing their lives? William Pettit had to rescue himself from the fire and didn't receive help from anyone until he was out. The first person he came into contact with was his neighbor. If he hadn't leapt up his basement steps, he would have most likely perished alongside with his wife and 2 daughters. Paul Vance refused to release a timeline of the murders. He claimed that it wasn't something that the public needed to be concerned with, and these details were not only withheld from the public, they were withheld from the victims' families. Jennifer's mother, Mary Bell, wrote many letters to the police. She felt that their main goal was to catch the men who were guilty, and put that goal above saving the lives of her family. She asked, quote, "Why didn't they just go to the door, or break a window, or something, and go into that house?" There was conflicting stories with when the police showed up to the scene at all. Authorities claimed that by the time the first officer was on the scene, the house was engulfed in flames. However, as William Pettit hopped up the stairs to freedom, he told Cynthia that he was pretty sure he saw men in the woods, hiding behind trees. To Cynthia, this should have alerted police that something heinous was happening in the house, and that they should have gone to investigate. These details were ambiguous until defense lawyers of the 2 suspects were finally given access to a transcript of the police log. Officers had shown up within minutes of Jennifer and her captor arriving to her house. Authorities also had the Pettit home phone number early on, but nobody made a call or even knocked on the door. The initial 911 call had been made at 9:21 a.m. The suspects were caught fleeing the home at 9:56 a.m. The police were outside the Pettit home for a full 30 minutes, waiting. In that 30 minutes, the suspects were able to bound, rape, murder, and set the home ablaze. William and Jennifer met at a children's hospital in Pittsburgh. Jen was the new nurse, and William was what he called the know-it-all third-year medical student. He was trying to correct Jen on how to take someone's blood pressure. Soon later, it became clear Jennifer knew about pediatrics and how to care for children more than he had ever known. Later on, Jennifer was diagnosed with MS, an autoimmune disease that attacks your central nervous system. It can cause vision loss, numbness, and walking difficulties. When Jennifer's daughter Haley learned of her mother's illness, she feared for her mother's life. But Haley didn't want to just sit with this fear she had. She wanted to do something about it.
So she started raising money for her mother's treatment, eventually accruing over $50,000, as well as awards for acting as a spokesperson for MS. 11-year-old Michaela was described as shy by her grandmother, but she would reach out to those she believed were in need. Before the triple homicide, Richard Hawk knew them as compassionate, sociable, and loved by their community. In an interview, he said when he thought about his family, quote, "If I didn't smile about it, I would cry." One of the suspects in the murders, Stephen Hayes, wasn't a new face to law enforcement. He had a long list of burglaries on his record. To commit these crimes, Stephen would frequent parks and walking trails on sunny days. He would wait for families and lovers of nature to descend on their path so he could break into their car and steal anything of value in broad daylight. Looking back on his past legal record, few could predict the horrifying crimes he would later commit. Stephen's record wasn't filled with any records of violence. He would steal people's belongings, but ultimately leave them physically unharmed. Was this act of horrendous violence random? Or did Stephen Hayes have a history of violence off the record that could predict his vicious outcome? Because Stephen had been in and out of jail for theft, he communicated to his young daughter through letters as she grew up. In a letter he wrote before the murders, he said, quote, "Dear Alicia, hello honey, and how are you doing? I haven't heard from you in a while, and neither has Grandma. I want so badly to never hurt you again, and I feel like I am, because I'm still here. Every day I wake up wondering if today will be the day that my name is called. The stress is almost unbearable." Alicia Hayes found out about her father killing 3 members of the Pettit family when she was returning from the police academy. Alicia immediately wanted answers. She wanted to know why her father conspired with someone and committed this atrocity. Whose idea was it? Was it the both of them, or did it just happen? Stephen's brother, Matthew Hayes, had strong opinions about his brother and insight on the violent person he had always been. In response to the parole board releasing his brother, he said, quote, "Personally, they're effing stupid because they don't get it. You don't care enough about the people in your society to put these type of people back out on the street. And I want to say that it's really tough for me to say because one of those people is my brother." Brian Hayes described his older brother in an equally harsh light. He claimed that Steve was manipulating and deceptive. He said, quote, "As nasty as it sounds, I hope somebody puts a bullet in his head outside the courtroom." 26-year-old Joshua Komisarjevsky had a more troubling past than his co-conspirator. Joshua's defense attorney, William Garris, described him as a little, skinny, frail kid behind the jail's bars. Josh was an adopted child and was homeschooled for the majority of his life. To William, it appeared as if Joshua's upbringing was privileged and filled with love. So how did a kid like that make his way to William's desk in desperate need of defense? During 2001 and 2002, Joshua committed 19 counts of burglary and 2 counts of larceny. William claimed that Josh was a genius due to his photographic memory, and his attention to detail was so precise, no normal mind could possibly retain it. Joshua was able to recount to authorities every burglary he ever committed. Not only that, but detail every item he stole, what drawer he took it from, and where he disposed of it. William said that Josh could enter the 3rd story of a home, steal some cash, and know the denomination of the bills he took years later. He could recall where each wallet was, and what kind of pants they were taken from, and where exactly those pants were. During these burglaries, Josh would stay in the victim's home for hours, escaping detection. He would use sophisticated tools, like night vision goggles and latex gloves. After he gathered all the valuables he desired, he would occasionally stay in the victim's house and listen to their breathing. William described how Joshua would go room to room, listening to every individual in the house, breathing in their sleep. Josh never explained why he would do this, but William believed this was the most frightening aspect of his prior crimes. William told the judge that Joshua needed to be watched. He said, quote, "This kid is sick. You're never going to see him again, or he's going to be the worst criminal to pass through these doors, because that's the kind of mind he's got. In 2002, Josh was sentenced to 9 years in prison. He was released on parole just 5 years later, in 2007, the same year he would conspire with Stephen Hayes in committing a triple homicide. Joshua's uncle said his nephew was a monster, and that wasn't how members of the family behaved. The Komisarjevsky bloodline has an impressive history, consisting of art, music, and great wealth. Joshua's great-aunt, Vera Komisarjevsky, had been a celebrated actress and theater manager during the late Russian Empire. Her father, Fyodor, was a famous Russian opera singer. Joshua's grandfather was a renowned theatrical director in both Russia and England, and took on roles as an architect and costume designer as well. He directed groundbreaking plays, wrote several books, and had an incredible lifelong career. But now, the Komisarjevsky name would have a different meaning to people in Cheshire. It would remind them of the evils that Joshua committed. As soon as it was confirmed that Joshua Komisarjevsky was the killer, the media swarmed his family's home, trying to get any information they could for their next headline. Eventually, the press got what they wanted. A bodiless hand appeared and passed a piece of paper through a window to an individual from the press. The typed statement from the Komisarjevsky family read, quote, "This is an absolute tragedy. Our deepest sympathy goes out to the Pettit family and all those whose lives they touched. We cannot understand what would have made something like this happen. There is nothing else we can say at this time." Prior to the murders, Joshua was undergoing therapy at the Berman Treatment Center. His counselor, Michael Deleuze, said that because he had been meeting with him in this setting, he could paint Josh in a different light. Michael claimed that the media and most people's opinion of Josh would go against what he saw and what he knew about Josh. According to him, Josh just wanted to do better things with his life. He wanted to stay clean, reconnect with his family, and forward his education to become an architect, like his grandfather. Michael saw someone who created beautiful designs and sketches. He called Josh's ability unnatural and filled with pure talent. But now, knowing the cold-blooded acts that Joshua committed, Michael was left in disbelief. He questioned how he could enter the courtroom and tell the jury that Josh was indeed a good kid that he had formed a bond with. Bob Farr, the chairman of the Board of Pardons and Paroles, was interviewed by the press. He claimed that there was no obvious flags that Joshua and Stephen would commit this heinous crime. Before the trial, Bob said that after the release on parole, Joshua and Stephen were doing just fine. They were both employed, passing their drug tests, and living in stable households. Mike Lawler, a chairman of the Connecticut Judiciary Commission, had the opposite perspective of Stephen and Joshua. He claimed that the warning bells were there prior to the murders, and they were ringing very loudly. Prosecutors are required to order a transcript of the sentencing proceeding and pass it on to the parole board. This transcript details everything about a criminal's past and lets the parole board in on everything they need to know before a decision is made. However, this transcript that called Joshua Komisarjevsky a cold-blooded predator with a mental abnormality was never read by the Department of Corrections. Due to this, the perspective of Joshua's criminal history was incredibly skewed. The Department of Corrections saw a first-time ever incarcerated inmate. They saw a young, white, homeschooled, bright, remorseful person. And they never saw that he was a person with high mental health needs. Joshua's statement to the court read, quote, "I am truly sorry. I wish that some of the victims had shown up today, because I really wanted to express to them that I really am sorry for the things that I did. And when I said that I wished there was more that I could do, I truly wish that there was anything that I could do more for them." Mike claimed that Joshua manipulated the court to reduce his sentence. The typical sentence for burglary is a maximum of 10 years in prison for each offense. If Joshua was sentenced by the court by its full extent, it would have accumulated into 2 lifetimes. Joshua had been having relationships with 2 sisters, the daughters of Reverend Norman Messel. He claimed that Joshua sought out his daughters due to the fact that they looked very young. Joshua even wanted to propose to his daughter Caroline. In a phone conversation with Josh, Norman told him he had 2 major concerns. 1, he thought he was a career criminal. and 2, he believed he was a pedophile. Joshua's tone of voice never changed, and his only response was, quote, "I'm sorry you feel that way." Joshua wrote a letter to Caroline from jail that stated April 15th, 2006. It reads, quote, "Dear Caroline, good evening, sweetheart. I have one of your pictures taped to the wall, facing my bed. When I wake up every morning, the sun is just starting to rise, and its rays shimmer through the branches of an old oak tree outside my window. Its light dances across your picture, radiating your beautiful eyes and pretty smile. It's the best part of my day, a calming mix of hope, beauty, and tranquility. As much as I wish I was there with you now, smile, beautiful, and know you're on my mind. Take care, Caroline. Smile. Someone's thinking of you. Strength and honor, sincerely, Joshua. P.S. Miss you." Caroline described Joshua as a hopeless romantic. It was the side of him she loved most. She described that when the two were together, they'd drive through wealthy neighborhoods, gazing at their dream homes. Joshua told Caroline he wanted to live in a large house with a nice family. He didn't want anything that was broken. In terms of the couple's love life, Caroline claimed that they were very sexually active, and that Joshua even liked to tie her up. He would always ask Caroline if the restraints were too tight and if she was okay. Joshua was concerned for her well-being during their experiments. Caroline ended the interview on the verge of tears, saying that Joshua was her soulmate. Months before the murders, Stephen and Joshua were living in a halfway house, undergoing therapy. Stephen's therapy notes during his group evaluations were extremely unsettling. His notes read, quote, "For this addict, drugs are not my main problem. I am my main problem. My self-destructive attitude and behavior. What I like about getting high is to escape my feelings. I've self-medicated so much I don't know how to feel anymore. Unresolved anger controls me. It haunts me day and night, sometimes to the point of obsession. Even scary fantasy." In May of 2007, 2 months before the crime, Stephen and Joshua were released from that halfway house. From May to July, Stephen lived with his mother in a one-bedroom apartment. His mother took the bedroom, and Stephen took the couch. His brother Brian had to sleep on the floor. Brian disliked his brother so much, he would avoid the apartment until it was time for him to sleep. One night, the two got into a physical altercation that left Brian with 3 broken ribs and a black eye. Looking back, Brian wished he had charged Stephen for the assault. It would have violated his probation, and the Pettit family would be unscathed. Eventually, Stephen's mother was growing tired of taking care of her adult son and the trouble he brought with him. She kicked him out of the house, with nowhere for Stephen to go, days before the crime. Stephen was still a recovering addict, and once he saw his life on the downslope once again, he turned to the comfort of drugs. Dr. Eric Goldsmith did a psychiatric examination of Stephen after his arrest. He reported that after Stephen was kicked out of his mother's house, he locked himself in a hotel room with crack cocaine and heroin. This drug binge came about in the hopes that he would end up killing himself, but this attempt failed, and Stephen left the hotel room feeling even more down and desperate than ever. Stephen managed to make his way to an AA meeting in Hartford, and there he was, Joshua Komisarjevsky, his partner in crime. Stephen and Joshua started chatting, and Joshua brought up some ways to make some real money. The last time Caroline talked to Joshua was Sunday night, the night before the murders. She tried to reach him the next day, but was left unanswered. Joshua's mother contacted Caroline, wondering where her son was. All she knew was that Joshua left their house dressed in dark clothing, which he only did when he was about to rob houses. At approximately 6 o'clock on July 22, 2007, Joshua and Stephen met a contractor at a Stop and Shop in Cheshire. Joshua had supposedly done work for the contractor and went there to receive his payment. While they were waiting for the contractor, Joshua saw Jennifer and Michaela walk into the store. 15 minutes later, they re-emerged. Joshua thought they were driving a nice vehicle. According to him, for whatever reason, he decided to follow them. When he drove by the house, Joshua thought it would be nice to be there someday and not have to worry or stress about financial problems. After his daydreams came to an end, he returned home to spend the evening with his 5-year-old daughter. At 10 p.m., Joshua left his home again and met with Stephen at the same Stop and Shop. They started driving around in Joshua's car and brainstorming ways to make money quick, legally or illegally. Joshua claimed he had many debts and obligations. They thought about creeping up behind people, getting cash out of ATMs, catching people leaving a bar
On
late
July
at night.
1st,
Then suddenly, Joshua remembered the nice car that Jennifer drove, and the nice house that they lived in. They then made their way to the Pettit family home, parking on the street a little ways away. Joshua claimed he cut eye holes in a t-shirt and tied it around his face. Stephen pulled a work hat down over his face and cut holes in it as well. On him, he carried a pellet gun. This pellet gun was purchased at a Walmart the day before. Joshua had accompanied him. Around 3 a.m., they peered through the windows and saw William Pettit asleep on the sunroom's couch. They then tried all the doors on the house until they came to the basement door, the only door left unlocked. Stephen told Josh he wouldn't be able to sneak up on the man on the couch, so Josh was given the task of taking down the father. At the bottom of the steps, a baseball bat was leaning on the rail. Joshua armed himself with the bat and struck William several times, splitting the front of his head open. According to Joshua, he let out the most unearthly scream, but Joshua continued to hit him until he backed into the corner of the couch, terrified. At this point, William was bleeding profusely. Joshua then unlocked the sunroom door for Stephen, and the two bound his wrists and ankles with rope. William asked who they were and why they were doing this. Joshua stated, they just wanted money, and when they got what they came for, they'd be gone. After learning that 3 more Pettit family members were in the home, Stephen and Joshua crept up the stairs into the master bedroom. Michaela and Jennifer had fallen asleep watching TV. Their mouths were covered as they were shaken awake and asked to turn onto their stomachs. The same was done to Haley. She asked what was going on and begged them not to hurt her. Joshua said that he wasn't there to hurt her, they were just looking for money and they'd be on their way. Joshua stayed in the master bedroom while Stephen combed the house for cash. Jennifer told them where her jewelry and valuables were, but they weren't interested. Selling the items they stole would be another risky step in the process. They wanted money, fast. Eventually, Stephen came across a register with $40,000. The two of them decided that they would take Jennifer to the bank and withdraw just $15,000 from the account. Drawing the full amount might raise a red flag. They reassured her that there wouldn't be any problems, as long as she complied. While Stephen was still rummaging through the house for cash, at some point Joshua locked eyes with 11-year-old Michaela. He claimed she was calm and had a look on her face like she understood that they wouldn't hurt her. The sun was beginning to rise, and the men realized they had a problem. Joshua's car was still parked nearby. After arguing about who was going to move it, the men decided to restrain the family to their beds. Michaela was moved back to her own room, where her wrists and ankles were tied to her bed frame. Jennifer and Haley were also restrained to their own beds. William was left bound, but not tied to anything in the basement. Stephen then drove Jennifer's SUV, while Josh followed behind in his white Chevy van. Joshua ended up leaving his car parked in a visitor spot at an apartment complex nearby. The two went back to the Pettit family home in Jennifer's vehicle, and upon arrival, Stephen took Joshua into the office where they could talk in private. Stephen told Joshua that they needed gasoline. A drop of sweat or a hair falling from their head could leave DNA at the scene, tracing them back to the home invasion. Stephen mentioned bringing the whole family with them in the vehicle and abandoning the car far from the burning home. Another 15 minutes passed by while Joshua was talking to Michaela in her room. Stephen grabbed him again and continued to talk about DNA evidence and the fact that Josh had used Stephen's real name in front of the victims. Josh told detectives, quote, "All of a sudden, we gotta kill them." The men covered the faces of Jennifer, Michaela, and Haley with pillowcases so they could take off their makeshift masks. Around 8 a.m., Stephen proceeded to empty bottles of windshield wiper fluid into the sink and head to the gas station alone. Surveillance video discovered later showed Stephen buying the $10 worth of gas, the gas used to burn down the Pettit home. At 9 o'clock, Jennifer drove Stephen to the bank in her vehicle and made the withdrawal. Joshua went to Michaela's room and sat down with her to, quote, just pass the time. He told police he thought 11-year-old Michaela was between 14 to 16 years old. Joshua then used a pair of scissors to cut off 11-year-old Michaela's clothing. He said, quote, "One thing led to another, and I ended up performing oral sex on her." When the detective asked if it was against her will, his response was, quote, "Her hands were tied, but her feet weren't." Joshua then ejaculated onto her and took pictures with his cell phone, and was alone with Jennifer for a total of 15 minutes. During that time, he raped and strangled 48-year-old Jennifer. During this, William hopped up the back basement steps and made his way to freedom. At this point in the timeline, the house is surrounded with a SWAT team and armed officers. William was using all of his strength to hobble over to the neighbor's house, still bound, screaming for help. Joshua and Stephen began to panic because they heard William escape. Stephen doused the living room, kitchen, and upstairs with gasoline. Michaela and Haley were still alive, tied to their beds, with their heads covered as gas is poured all around them. As Joshua was frantically roaming around the house, he looks through the sunroom window. There, clear as day to him, was someone watching him from the bushes. William recounted later that he too saw people in the surrounding bushes and trees when he escaped from the basement. Joshua ran out to the car as Stephen is trying to light a match to destroy the evidence. Joshua claimed he could still see the person, watching them from the grass. As the two of them reversed out of the driveway in Jennifer's car, police sirens blared. Joshua drove directly into an unmarked police car that was blocking the driveway. He then drove forward through the lawn and into another police barricade of 2 Cheshire police cars. Joshua and Stephen were immediately arrested after this, and Josh informed the officers that 2 girls were still alive in the burning home. 11-year-old Michaela and 17-year-old Haley died as a result of the fire. Haley's remains were found face down in the upstairs hallway. The front of her clothing was more severely burned than the back. This indicated that she'd been directly exposed to the fire before dying of smoke inhalation. The medical examiner claimed that Michaela had likely suffered a painful death as well. On top of the 6 counts of capital felony murder they received, a state prosecutor sought the death penalty for Stephen Hayes and Joshua Komisarjevsky. At the New Haven courthouse, both Stephen Hayes and Joshua Komisarjevsky entered a guilty plea to accept life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, this plea was rejected by the prosecution. The state wanted Stephen and Josh to face the ultimate punishment, death. In the Pettit and Hawk family, there was conflicting opinions on the death penalty. Jennifer's father, Richard, was a United Methodist minister, and his church is opposed to capital punishment. Jennifer's parents stood by their church, continuing to oppose the death penalty, but they still wanted justice for their family and the inhumanity they suffered. William Pettit was on the opposite side of the scale. After suffering alongside his family and nearly experiencing the same fate, he was pro-death penalty. William said, quote, "It just makes me want to cry." Jennifer, Haley, and Michaela were kind, sweet, and they looked out for other people. They spent their time helping people. For them to suffer horrific deaths seems incredibly unjust. They were the three people that I knew and loved the best in the world. The opposition of the evil that attacked us and goodness they represented is just worlds apart. The trial for Stephen Hayes began on September 13th, 2010. His defense argued that Joshua Komisarjevsky was the mastermind behind the brutal killings and escalated the violence at every point. After the jury deliberated for 5 hours, they came back with a guilty verdict. Stephen Hayes was charged with 16 total counts, including felony murder, kidnapping, and assault. Due to these charges, he faced the possibility of the death penalty. For the first time in state history, jurors were offered post-traumatic stress assistance due to the graphic images and testimonies they heard. On December 2nd, 2010, Judge John Blue sentenced Stephen Hayes to death. Judge Blue stated, quote, "This is a terrible sentence, but is, in truth, a sentence you wrote for yourself in flames. May God have mercy on your soul." Stephen was given an execution date of May 27, 2011. This date was a formality because in most cases the defendants will repeal and the execution is delayed for decades. On September 19, 2011, Joshua Komisarjevsky's trial began. Like Stephen Hayes' lawyers, they pushed the blame onto the other suspect in the case. They argued that Josh was a confused and easily led man, and that he never intended to kill anyone. Despite his confession claiming that Stephen poured the gasoline, there was evidence of gasoline on his clothes as well. Investigators also found bleach on Michaela's clothes, which implied that Joshua was trying to get rid of his DNA. On October 13, 2011, Joshua was found guilty of all 16 charges that Stephen faced as well, in addition to 1 count of arson in the first degree. On January 27, 2012, Joshua was sentenced to death by lethal injection. His execution date was set for July 20th, 2012. Stephen Hayes and Joshua Komisarjevsky never faced their executions. In August of 2015, the Connecticut Supreme Court declared all capital punishment inconsistent with the state constitution. This commuted their death sentences into life imprisonment. William Pettit condemned the Supreme Court's decision and believed they had overstepped their powers. He urged the court to consider the emotional impact on victims and their loved ones that death penalty cases generate. Years after the murder, Dr. William Pettit started to rebuild his family. He started the Pettit Family Foundation in honor of Jennifer, Michaela, and Haley. Those funds are given to foster the education of young people, especially women in the sciences, to improve the lives of those affected by chronic illnesses, and to support efforts to protect and help those affected by violence. Through this foundation, he met Christine, a volunteer. The couple married in 2012 and currently have a 7-year-old son, William III. In 2016, Dr. Pettit was elected to the Connecticut House of Representatives. He's currently serving his 2nd term. That same year, Stephen Hayes was transferred to Green State Prison in Waynesburg, Pennsylvania. As of the end of 2019, Stephen has started receiving hormone therapy and detailed his experience in an interview. Stephen didn't state his preferred pronouns, but said he was transgender and had been medically diagnosed with gender dysphoria. As of today, Stephen resides at Benner Township State Correctional Institution in Bellefonte, Pennsylvania. Joshua Komisarjevsky was transferred to a Pennsylvania prison in 2016. There, he attempted to take his own life. On April 12, 2021, the Connecticut Supreme Court rejected Joshua's appeal. This appeal claimed that Joshua was denied a fair trial due to the publicity he received in New Haven. Joshua currently resides in a prison in Phoenix, Pennsylvania, where he will live the remainder of his life. As always, thank you guys so much for listening. Hope you can tell that I got a whole new recording setup, so I hope that sounds a lot better for you all. If you want to keep supporting me, please give this video a like and subscribe to my channel for more. You can also follow me on my social medias at TrueCrimeCam on TikTok and Instagram. I'm also really excited to announce that I'll be posting new content at least twice a month on YouTube now, so you all will be hearing my voice a lot more often. Again, thank you so much for listening, and stay tuned for next episode. Hello all and welcome back to my channel. This is True Crime with Cam. Today we are going to be talking about 3 different cases. That's right, 3. And all of these cases involve a person meeting a stranger over a dating app on social media and having their life taken away by this stranger, or strangers, plural. In 2019, Tinder reported that it reached an audience of 7.8 million users, which brings us to our first case. Sydney Irene Loof was born in Lincoln, Nebraska on August 21st, 1993. At the age of 7, her family moved to Neely, Nebraska, where she attended public school until she graduated in May of 2011. Sydney loved the outdoors, fishing, animals, and was known for having a kind heart and many friends. I'm not sure at what age, but eventually Sydney moved and settled in Lincoln, Nebraska, and was working at a local hardware store. At the age of 24, Sydney started using the app Tinder, and in November of 2017, matched with a woman named Audrey. The two began exchanging flirtatious messages, and eventually decided that they wanted to hang out in person. On November 14th, Audrey picked Sydney up, and the two hung out that night. Apparently they drove around and smoked a little bit of marijuana. Sydney was dropped back off later that night and texted one of her friends about how much she enjoyed the date and already planned on going on a second one the very next night. Her text read, quote, "Just got done chilling with this super cute girl," followed by, quote, "I hope she doesn't have a boyfriend. I didn't ask." A common occurrence for women seeking women on dating apps is running into couples looking for a third. Sydney probably swiped past dozens of profiles of women who were looking to, quote, spice up their relationship or seeking a third in a polygamous partnership. Sydney thought she had finally found a woman she could trust, and she really seemed to be into her, because she even called Audrey her dream girl. The next day, Sydney Loof went to her job at Menards, where she worked as a lead cashier. After her shift, surveillance footage shows her exiting the building and heading towards her car. The footage also shows Aubrey Trail watching her walk out the doors. In reality, the person behind the Audrey profile on Tinder was 23-year-old Bailey Boswell, and the Aubrey that was stalking Sydney at her work was Bailey's boyfriend, 51-year-old Aubrey Trail. Earlier in the day, Aubrey had been at a different store with Bailey Boswell, the Home Depot, where they purchased a hacksaw, a 2-pack of drop cloths, a 5-pack of 12-inch hacksaw blades, and 10 snips. After their visit to the Home Depot and before they went to Menards, they made a stop at the Aardvark Antique Mall. The two had an antique dealer business called A&B Antiques, where customers could buy items from the cases they rented. Aubrey and Bailey picked up a check of their earnings, as well as purchasing 2 food grinders, a weed cutter, a Gerber folding saw, and drill. Around 2 p.m. that same day, on their way back home, they also stopped at a Dollar General and purchased Clorox, bleach, and hefty trash bags. Sydney Loof got off her shift, went home, and started getting ready for her second date with who she thought was 25-year-old Aubrey. She even posted an update to her Snapchat story captioned, quote, "Ready for my date, heart eye emoji." Bailey and Sydney had sent roughly 140 messages back and forth to each other over Tinder. The last one Sydney received indicated that Bailey was outside her home at around 6:45 p.m. The two drove 40 miles south to the town of Wilbur, Wilbur, where Bailey and Aubrey lived in an apartment together. Once Sydney arrived in Wilbur, her phone was shut off and never turned on again. The next morning, Sydney failed to show up for work, and her parents immediately became concerned. That evening, around 5 p.m., her mother reported her missing. That same night, the landlord that lived above Bailey and Aubrey started smelling a strong odor of bleach. But in that moment, she had no idea why. Sydney's parents knew that something was incredibly wrong. She had missed work, left her Jeep in the driveway, and they especially knew she would never abandon her cat. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were identified as suspects in Sydney's murder early on, but investigators needed solid evidence to prove that they committed murder. Authorities knew that Bailey and Sydney had been communicating over Tinder, and they knew that Sydney's phone had shut off near the couple's apartment. 2 days after Sydney Loof was reported missing, investigators searched their apartment on November 19th, but Aubrey and Bailey had fled. A report from police stated that the walls of the apartment had been wiped down in an effort to clean them. Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell were on the run. They stopped at a casino and several motels, distancing themselves from Wilbur, Nebraska. On November 28th, they were finally named suspects in the case, and the next day the couple did something that everyone can agree was idiotic. They posted a video to a Facebook page titled "Finding Sydney Loof" to give their side of the story. Aubrey said, quote, "They're chasing us around like dogs," and said they themselves had reached out to police, but were told that they basically didn't want or need them. I'll show you some highlights of the video if you want to watch the entire rant and lose more brain cells than you're already about to. The link for the full video is going to be down below.
Good morning, Lincoln and Omaha and probably several other places. This is Aubrey Trail and this is Bailey Boswell. I guess y'all also know her as Audrey. But we've spent the last few days watching ourselves being slammed and crucified in the newspapers, and we thought it was time we had our say. We're not trying to defend anything. We're not trying to make you believe anything. We just feel we should get to say our side since everyone else gets to say theirs. Unlike the Lincoln Police Department and Saline County Police Department and all those folks, everything we're going to tell you, you're going to be able to pick up the phone or have a newspaper pick up the phone and very easily verify it. I am going to talk for a minute, then Bailey here is going to tell you about her 2 dates with Sydney, and we'll go from there. The Lincoln Police Department apparently wants everyone to believe that we're hiding, that we haven't talked to them, that we're avoiding them. Several other things. I guess the FBI and the U.S. Marshals and all that good stuff, and a lot of other people with a lot of initials that I have no idea what means, is investigating, looking for us or whatever. We were at our house 4 days ago. You've already crucified us in the newspapers. You've already crucified us on Facebook. You know, in America, I sure thought it was a trial first, but I guess not. But, I pray for Sydney. I hope she's found soon. I wish the family the best. I'm sorry that she wasn't with you on Thanksgiving. And that's pretty much all I can say for now. Here's Bailey to tell you whatever she wants to. I'm fixing to step aside and get out of this. Thank you for listening.
Hi, good morning. I'm Bailey, Audrey on Tinder, and a few other names because I have warrants, but this really isn't about me. This is about Sydney, and I'm just kind of want to tell you what I've already told the Lincoln Police more than one time. I met her on a Tuesday. We drove around Lincoln, smoked weed, had a great time. We hit it off. I dropped her off at home, picked her up the next night at her house. We drove around, smoked weed again, made our way to my house where we smoked wax and shatter, and I gave her a 1/4 ounce of some really good weed. I went to take her home, and she asked me to drop her off at a friend's house, so I did so. I gave her my number. We were planning to go to the casino that weekend,
I mean, I haven't heard from her since. I really don't even know what else to say. I've been seeing all this stuff on the news presses and the magazines and the news, and I guess I just want the family to know that I'm truly sorry and I didn't have anything to do with this, and I hope that Sydney is found very soon. She is a sweet, amazing girl. I don't know. Babe, do you have anything else to say?
This video was removed from the page and deleted, but not before copies were made. Aubrey Trail then had the genius idea of uploading another video to Facebook. Here it is.
Hi folks, Aubrey Trail here. Few little things I want to talk about. I've been watching all day. I just watched the news. That's why I'm making this. First thing I want to clarify is the news just reported that our contact with the police in Lincoln never took place. Well, let me assure you that it did. Bailey spoke with investigator Cleveland twice. I called on the 22nd. I called the investigator's phone and left messages about 4 times. I called the Lincoln Police Department, the dispatchers, about 8 times. As far as this is not on record, I guarantee you it's on record. It's on Bailey's Tinder phone. It'll be on their phones. The police can say or do what they want, as I can, so you'll believe what you believe. But I've been watching a lot of posts and comments today. So far today, from the comments, we have apparently murdered this lady. We have apparently put her into human trafficking and sold her. And not only did we do that, we used the money. We went to the casino that weekend and used the money that we sold her for. Bailey didn't drop her at a friend's house. She dropped her off at her drug dealer's house, Bailey's, according to the comments you guys are making. Oh yeah, and don't forget the one that I was in Falls City. I lived in Falls City for a long time. So I have some connection to the Rouleau cult because people heard all about that. And just out of curiosity, is it me, or I guess it's just me and, my criminal mind, how that works? The post we made this morning was deleted from the family's Facebook. Totally understandable. My whole Facebook and Bailey's whole Facebook page was deleted. The video was taken off by the feds or whoever took it off. Just curious, are we not allowed to tell our side of this? But I mean, goddamn, I've never killed anyone in my life. I've never hurt a female in my life. So take that for whatever the hell it's worth. We don't have much to tell. Someone wanted to know what friend Bailey dropped Sydney off with. Bailey knew Sydney for 2 days. How the hell does she know? You pretty much blatantly said that we murdered this girl.
Police then released a statement and said that they were in fact still searching for Bailey and Aubrey, and that they had not turned themselves in. Bailey also said that her and Sydney had in fact hung out, but she had dropped Sydney off at a friend's house and hadn't heard from her since. She just confirmed that she was the last person to see Sydney. The next day, on November 30th, they were both arrested in Branson, Missouri, but it wasn't for murder charges. It was for charges of fraud. Because investigators hadn't built a case against Aubrey and Bailey yet, they had to dig deeper into their criminal history and find a way to keep them locked up. Luckily, a Kansas couple came forward and shared that Aubrey and Bailey had used their antique business to scam them out of $400,000. This case of fraud went to trial, and the judge gave Aubrey 10 years and Bailey half that, just 5. During this time, the prosecution was building a case against the killer couple, which took roughly 8 months. A break in the investigation came early on, just days after the couple's initial arrest on December 4th of that same year, but it left Sydney's family devastated. Her body was found dismembered into 14 pieces, wrapped tightly in garbage bags, and scattered in a field close to a rural highway near Edgar. Sydney was immediately identified through her tattoos. On her bicep, one read, quote, "Everything will be wonderful someday." On June 11, 2018, the FBI questioned Aubrey Trail about the death of Sydney, and they were met with nothing but lies. Anyone with a brain could easily dispute Aubrey's claims about the circumstances in which he claimed that Sydney was killed. He told FBI agents that Sydney willingly agreed to participate in a staged sexual fantasy with him and 2 other women. This completely goes against what Sydney told her friend before the date with Bailey. She hoped that Bailey didn't have a boyfriend. There's no way she would want to jump from no boyfriend to sexual fantasy with old man and 2 random women. Sydney had even asked Bailey over Tinder, quote, "Just going to be me and you, right?" To which she responded, quote, "Okay, yes, of course." I believe the agents picked this apart immediately, so Aubrey pulled another lie out of his bum. He told them that Sydney had money problems and accepted $5,000 for her role. And during that role, she was accidentally strangled to death with an electrical cord. He allegedly didn't call for help because he didn't think anyone would believe him. More statements that I personally believe are fantasies of Aubrey's own is that he was supposedly paid $15,000 by these 2 other women to act in this fantasy. He also wouldn't name the 2 other women. Here are some other wild statements that Aubrey Trail made. Let's just get them out of the way. He said that he deposited Sydney's body in Clay County because a cemetery there was a, quote, "special place" in his beliefs. He claimed her body parts were located in a certain way along the ditches to speed her incarnation. He told the FBI, quote, "I don't believe in the God you believe in." Aubrey said he was once paid $30,000 to stage a fantasy for a woman who came all the way from Alabama to Wilbur. He claimed, quote, "Everything in the world is based on money," and boasted that his life was money, sex, and women. And if you think those claims are outrageous, don't worry, it's about to get crazier. In June of 2019, on the first day of Aubrey Trail's second week of trial, he stood up and interrupted the judge. He yelled, quote, "Bailey is innocent and I curse you all," then cut his throat with a small blade a few times, falling out of his wheelchair. The judge ordered that everyone evacuate the courtroom immediately except the attorneys and deputies. An ambulance soon arrived and Aubrey was carted off to the emergency room where he received a few stitches. That performance, in addition to the evidence against Aubrey Trail, did not go over well. 3 anonymous women testified that they had also met Bailey over Tinder and were eventually introduced to her, quote, "sugar daddy, Aubrey." These women reportedly received clothes and gifts and were given allowances of up to $200 a week by Trail to join the group. Doesn't sound like enough money to me. Aubrey referred to these women as witches and bragged that it had 12 women total. These women were required to follow rules, which included participating in group sex, helping them steal and sell antiques, and obeying their every wish. It also included being naked in their apartment and accepting whippings as a punishment if they misbehaved. Bailey had talked often about wanting to kill someone so that she and finally, on the day of sentencing, the truth came out about why Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell murdered Sydney Loof. Aubrey claimed that he tried to recruit Sydney into their crime and sex ring, but she ultimately rejected him. He murdered her after she, quote, "freaked out" and was willing to do anything to protect his criminal lifestyle. This is Aubrey's statement given to the court before sentencing. Quote, "I realize nothing I can say here will change in the least what I did to Sydney 3.5 years ago. I won't say I'm sorry, as that would be an insult to you after what I put you through, and I won't ask for forgiveness as I don't believe there is such a thing. I have done some terrible things in life, but this is the only thing I've ever done that I feel regret about. I could care less what you do to me today." Before Aubrey Trail was tried for murder, he told the World Herald, quote, "Try me, charge me. Let's get justice for Sydney Loof." And that's exactly what happened. Aubrey Trail was found guilty of first-degree murder, improper disposal of human remains, and conspiracy to commit murder. On June 9th, 2021, the Loof family received the highest amount of justice allowed by a court of law. Aubrey was sentenced to death. However, it's unlikely that Aubrey will ever be put to death at all, considering how hard it is to actually accomplish. In the state of Nebraska, there's only been one execution carried out in the past 24 years, Carrie Dean Moore in 2018. It's difficult to not only get the drugs required to execute people on death row, but to surpass the lengthy amount of appeals that rack up over the years. Bailey Boswell was also found guilty of the same charges and may face the death penalty as well, which would make her the first woman on Nebraska's death row. 25-year-old Kevin Bacon was a hairstylist at Uniquely You Salon in Swartz Creek, Michigan. He specialized in vibrant coloring and studied psychology at the University of Michigan, Flint. Michelle Myers was Kevin's best friend and roommate, and described him as colorful both inside and out. She said Kevin did what he wanted to, when he wanted to, and let very little hold him back. Kevin's dreams for the future involved being a hairdresser for runway models to helping people through clinical therapy. Those dreams would unfortunately never come to fruition, and the last time Michelle would see her best friend alive was on the evening of December 24th, 2019. Kevin headed out to meet a man he'd met on the dating app Grindr. At 6:12 p.m. that evening, he texted his friend that he'd be out for a while and wasn't sure when he'd be back. Kevin didn't return to their shared residence that night and didn't show up for the Christmas breakfast his family hosted the very next day. His father, Carl Bacon, reported him missing that morning. Soon later, police discovered Kevin's car in a Dollar General parking lot, and his phone was still inside. The state police were able to extract the conversation between Kevin and a man he had planned on meeting the night of his disappearance. On December 28th, the police received a call requesting a welfare check at 703 Terrell Road in Maurice, Michigan. The troopers contacted the homeowner, 50-year-old Mark David Latunsky, and he granted them permission to enter and search. Mark answered the door topless in a brown leather skirt. Upon searching the home, a state policeman discovered a hidden room, and when he opened the door, he immediately shouted, "Oh my God, oh my God." Kevin's lifeless and naked body was hanging from the ceiling by his feet. A trap door was beneath him. In the room surrounding him were chains and sex toys. Mark Latunsky was immediately arrested and
Kevin's blood, and I think I drank Natasha's blood one time.
Went over the bodies and did satanic things over the bodies.
So they would tie the men down, drink their blood, and other juices from them.
Vidar Lilylid immigrated from Sweden to Miami in the 1980s. This is where he met his future wife, Delfina, whom he married in 1989. Delfina was born in New Jersey and was the daughter of Honduran immigrants. After the birth of their daughter Tabitha, they moved to Knoxville, Tennessee. Vidar wanted to escape the dangers of Miami and start a better life for his wife and child. He started working as a busboy for a local Holiday Inn, and soon the couple welcomed their second child, Peter. The family's finances were tight, but that didn't stop them from being heavily involved in their church. The Lilylids were devout Jehovah's Witnesses and decided to attend a weekend assembly in Johnson City. At the convention, the family was learning about how they could better serve God and stay faithful to their ministry. On April 6th, the convention came to an end, and the Lilylids were invited to a post-lunch with fellow attendees. However, they had to decline this offer because they had just bought some new clothes for the convention, and again, they were pretty tight on money as it was. Instead, they decided to have a picnic at a rest area on their way back home. Around 7 p.m., the family of four pulled into the rest area at mile marker 41 in Greene County, Tennessee. This is where the Lilylid family would intersect with their killers, which I'm going to refer to as the Six. If you're from a small town like me, then you know unless the county fair passes through, there's not much to do, ever. And that's exactly how it was in the tiny town of Pikeville, Kentucky during the late 90s. It had a population of approximately 6,200 people. To cure their boredom and escape the parents, some teens would rent a room at the Collie Motel. On April 4th, 1997, the six were at this very motel, in room 7. The six consists of the following people, which I'll introduce more in depth individually as we go deeper into this case. Natasha Cornett, Crystal Sturgill, Karen Howell, Jason Bryant, Dean Mullins, and Joseph Reisner. They were drinking and doing drugs, but that's not all they were doing. In this room, they were using a Ouija board, candles were burning, some were cutting themselves with razor blades, and 2 girls were discussing a suicide pact. The teens ended up trashing the motel room and burning quite a bit of it. Some claim that they burned 666 into the carpet. A cousin of one of the 6 visited the motel room herself and said the marking didn't look like the number 666 at all. What did happen, according to Karen Howell, was the drinking of blood. Karen testified that Natasha Cornett drank the blood of 14-year-old Jason Bryant, and she herself drank Natasha's blood. To the teens, it brought them closer together and made their friendships that much stronger, bonding them together by blood. To the media and prosecution, it was one of the many examples that they were terrifying occult devil worshippers. To psychologists and counselors, they were troubled teens, rebelling against society's conventional standards of existing in the world, and trying to create their own identities that coincided with being known as the outcasts. That night at the Collie Motel left a noticeable impact on the 6. Friends of Natasha and Karen noticed that they were quieter than usual. The 6 eventually returned to the home of Natasha's mother, Madonna. She too sensed something was off with the group. They were quiet, and walked into the home the same way they left, single file. Madonna described them as zombie-like. Karen Howell told Natasha's mother, quote, "The end of times is coming." On that note, let me start off by introducing who the media dubbed as the leader of the 6. 18-year-old Natasha Cornett of Betsy Lane, Kentucky. She was born into poverty and out of an affair on January 26, 1979. Her by her hands, a plastic bat, some books, and she's, quote, "whipped her hard, too hard at times." At one point, Crystal Sturgill had witnessed Madonna hit Natasha with a Bible. In the 5th grade, Natasha discovered her mother naked and unconscious beside an empty bottle of pills. Natasha called one of Madonna's previous boyfriends, who came and took her to the hospital. Natasha was known as polite and excelled academically until the 6th grade. In 7th grade, she developed an eating disorder and dropped 30 pounds. She also started cutting herself with razor blades. Madonna had her hospitalized in Lexington, where they said she not only had an eating disorder, but she was severely manic-depressive. Doctors also said she was a danger to herself and others. They advised that she get professional help, but her mother couldn't afford it. At the age of 13, Natasha threatened to cut herself with a knife. When Madonna tried to take the knife away, Natasha threatened her. Madonna called the police and Natasha was arrested. When Natasha entered high school, she was severely bullied for dressing and acting differently from other people. She listened to heavy music and wore dark clothing every day. She was arrested for forgery at the age of 14 and was sentenced to 1 year of probation by juvenile court. At 15, Natasha entered a program designed to help children through school and family issues. She ended up dropping out because it, quote, wasn't doing any good. Natasha dropped out of high school in 9th grade and started using heroin, ecstasy, cocaine, PCP, crystal meth, and LSD. On her 17th birthday, she married a longtime friend, Stephen Cornett. The marriage didn't last the year, and when Stephen separated from her, this made Natasha's mental health drastically decline. Afterwards, Natasha moved to New Orleans for a short period of time with a friend. While there, she was gang-raped and beaten by 5 men. A doctor would later conclude that Natasha was, quote, clearly mentally and emotionally disturbed, and has been for a number of years. It's assumed that the 6 made the decision to book it to New Orleans right after they trashed and burned the Collie Motel. Natasha already had a criminal record, and Jason was on probation and on the run. Not only that, but Jason's father had called police in Kentucky and Virginia. He told them his son was kidnapped. 14-year-old Jason Bryant was born on July 18, 1982, in Hellier, Kentucky. Jason began using alcohol at the age of 3 and started using marijuana and other drugs at the age of 9. Jason was participating in a mental health treatment program in Pikeville, Kentucky, before running off with the six. He was also a habitual runaway and was under intensive home supervision at the time. Jason and Natasha crossed paths in early March of 1997. She picked him up on a street corner in Pikeville and took him home. Natasha and Jason used alcohol together and allegedly kissed. Natasha didn't find out Jason was 14 until the next morning. Jason was later evaluated, and it was concluded that he had an IQ of 85 and the emotional skills of an 11-year-old. Before leaving for New Orleans, the six wanted to protect themselves first. They proceeded to steal 2 guns, a 9mm and .25 caliber, as well as some cash. One of the guns was stolen from Karen Howell's father. 17-year-old Karen Howell was born on September 25, 1975, in Delaware, Ohio. Her mother moved her to Kentucky at the age of 3. Between the ages of 5 and 10, Karen was sexually abused by her uncle and a cousin. After years of violent fights between her parents, they finally divorced when she was 9 years old. When Karen was 13, she started cutting herself. She also attempted suicide 4 times, twice by slitting her wrists, and 2 more times by drug overdose. At the age of 16, she dropped out after transferring to 3 different high schools. While living with her mother, Karen started using a Ouija board, hearing voices, and automatic writing. Automatic writing is a claimed psychic ability allowing a person to produce written words without consciously writing them. Karen's mother discovered these writings and gave them to 2 different ministers, who attempted to, quote, cast out her demons. Karen also participated in witchcraft, and claimed she made 2 love spells to get 2 boys to date her. By the age of 15, Karen was using alcohol, LSD, PCP, and cocaine. Karen's IQ was 78, and she had no prior criminal activity. The 6 began their road trip the same day as the Lillylid family. They all piled into Joseph Reisner's blue Chevy Citation and held their breath. There was no way in hell they were making it the 11+ hours to New Orleans. Although the car was falling apart, Joseph still managed to go well above the speed limit. The 6 were pulled over in Gate City, Virginia by a state trooper. They were given a ticket for going 74. Joseph Reisner was born October 13, 1976, in Hazard, Kentucky. Joseph never knew his biological father, and took the last name of his stepfather. In 1986, his family moved to Georgia. 2 years later, his mother Mary and stepfather separated. Mary and Joseph moved back to Kentucky at the age of 14, where he became active in church. Joseph used marijuana for the first time at the age of 10, and LSD at 11. At the age of 12, he claimed he had sexual relationships with 2 of his babysitters. This is how the court records describe the relationship, but today we would categorize this as sexual abuse. At approximately 8:45 a.m., an explosion erupted in Scottsdale, Arizona. It shook an entire neighborhood and was heard by many from miles away. First responders arrived and attempted to put out the raging fire that had engulfed the entire home, which burned to the ground in a matter of minutes. Firefighters and police officers claimed they heard more explosions and popping even after they had arrived. The first firefighter on the scene immediately knew there were people inside the home. He knew the smell of burning flesh. It was something he couldn't forget. After the fire was put out, investigators found 3 members of the Fisher family amongst the ash: 10-year-old Brittany, 13-year-old Bobby, and 38-year-old Mary Fisher. Robert Fisher, the father and husband of the deceased, was missing, and so was his wife,